Shah had a plan, oh grand and true, to bring back a custom just for you, a dowry's charm to rekindle the fire. In a world where romance might expire, he'd gather gold with wit and flair.
Okay, guys, if you're watching after the show, I'd skip forward about 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Till then, we'll be waiting for the folks to come in. Unless you're watching the Pacquiao fight. I ain't mad at you. Oh, let's get
Building bridges heart to heart, a timeless way to never start. He spoke of tales from times long past.
All right, we got the folks in here already. Marriage causes divorce. Prenups get thrown out. Only the gold pill can save us. I hear you on that, man. We're going to watch a video today about James Sexton talking about prenups. And we'll see what he has to say about it. But, you know, overall, I get that sentiment. Only the gold pill can save us. Shout out to the gold pill. Thank you, sir. Hey, Trevor, how you doing, man? Gold pill greater than prenup. I agree with you. I actually agree with you. You doing all right? I'm doing all right, man. I'm doing all right. Just gotta... I think I'm doing okay. I can't complain, you know. Just maybe a little... Just got a lot going on, but I'm taking care of it, you know, in terms of work and stuff. So not really nothing to complain about, honestly. But other than that, I'm good. Had me a steak today with some corn on the cob. Always good to eat. Klaus is in the house. We do not stop. Once Klaus is in here, the stream is officially started. Shout out to you, Klaus. And I love this jazz solo coming up here. I will be posting these songs soon. I just want to get another video out because I feel bad about not getting another video out. Shame on me for that. Marriage causes divorce. James Sexton is a gynocentrist. I could see that. I could see that in some ways. We'll see though. It's part of his discussion with Lex Friedman, which I haven't never seen that one. It's just a clip of it. How are the people? Hey, welcome in, Luke. Good to see you, man. I've been liking your music, man, that you put in the Discord. Real cool stuff, man. What was I gonna say? Yeah, we got a lot of Dave. I'm taking a chance on today's stream. We got a lot of Dave Ramsey, John Delony, and I thought this stuff would just help us in understanding prenups, and just some of the discussions about it seem pretty good. So, you know, I'm really gonna have to try to make this work. And I just want to warn you guys now, there's a big chance that the stream gets taken down. And if that happens, I'm sorry. I'll just try to restart the stream. You may have to take corrective action on your page. So I just really liked the conversations, you know. So I was just like, man, I really want to react to these, you know. James Sexton is the type of guy that would represent Amber Heard. Well, let's just say this, you know, attorneys don't have the best reputation. I've been so busy. Man, I think I got toothpaste. I can feel the burn of it. Yo, Dan the Man. Hey, man. Good to see you, Dan the Man. Yo, I can't remember if it was you, Dan the Man, or if it was Dart Shapuria, but somebody had put in some stuff about Lauren Southern and, you know, some of her whole stuff and Destiny and all that. This was probably like 8 months ago. But there was like some update on that case. There was an update on that story, basically. Where she released a book and then she accused Andrew Tate of some things. So there's some new info there. If that was you, I can't remember. true. James Sexton is the type of guy that would ban a father from seeing his kids. He seems very modern. How about that? Dude, thanks. Means a lot. Heck yeah, man. Share all the music you like, man. I like that. I know it is kind of Russian, but I enjoy that stuff. Dude, I like Russian music. I used to hang out with some Russian folks back in high school and, you know, even later than that. And I'd always hear all the Russian tunes, and some of them really grow on you. It's kind of a specific sound. Not specific, but it's like a type of music, you know. James Sexton loves the sound of his own voice. That part's true. I swear to God, that part is true. His interview with Matt Walsh could have been something different, but it was not that. It was just more of, I'm James Sexton. So, yeah, I think we did miss out on an opportunity there. I'll reserve my comments on Ramsay. I'm not a fan. I don't know what it is. Like, I like John Delony and I like Dave Ramsey. I do. But there's a lot of stuff I disagree with. I don't know how else to explain it. Like, I used to listen to Dave Ramsey on my way home on the radio. John Delony just seems like a great guy. He just seems like a really good person. But some of his advice is really tough for me sometimes. But I think they're good guys, you know. But yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Construction noise outside apartment now on the weekend. Man, they still doing construction out there? Remember when you told me about that like 2 months ago, bro? They're working on a big project. They better erect like a freaking train central station that you can easily walk to and go anywhere in the city after all the noise they put you through. Oh man, this lemongrass tea is pretty good. Tad bit of honey in it. Rumble is greater than YouTube. Well, yeah, I mean, I know what you mean. They probably would not snipe the stream. No, it wasn't me. Okay, dang it. It was probably Dart Shapiria then. I haven't seen him in a while. I know he's in Spain. He's our correspondent in Spain. Trevor says, congrats on the 3 subs. Hey, man, thank you. Thank you. Shout out to all the subscribers that got me to 3,000. That's a big number for a guy like me. You know, hey, man, that's a lot of folks deciding to hit that like button and be part of the crew here. So I appreciate that. You know, we've had to do some things. Sometimes folks, you know, just couldn't be here with us because they just weren't a right fit. But I think we got a community going that I'm grateful to be a part of. So thank you for that, Trevor, and to the other folks out there. Luke Nielsen says, yes, I speak both. Oh, you speak Russian. That's pretty cool. I mean, as far as Russian words go, I know like privyet, siski piski. You'll probably know what that means. I think to say dowry in Russian, it's predanoya or something like that. I know I've heard a little bit of Russian words here or there, just growing up with my buddies, because they're da. Niet. So there's Yaruski. It's the best, bro. We have best car, bro. You buy now. We have for you. You guys ever heard of The Who? Love that band. The Who. I don't think not spelled that way. I think there was a wow, look at these folks. Is this a Russian band? Oh, a Mongolian metal band. This does look pretty badass. I mean, I will say. They got a lot right there. That's so freaking cool. I love that, man. I'll have to listen to some of their stuff later. The Who. How about that? The lead vocalist name is Galbadrak Senbatar. He's from Ulaanbaatar. Nice. That's pretty cool. Thanks for introducing us there. I better get this... what do you call that? The grid. We better just get this grid up now. Guys, I'm going to have to take every precaution for these Ramsey videos. I thought about trying to change the audio. I mean, I don't think I'm going to go that far. If I get the warning, it could massively derail this stream. We'll just have to go through some of my other reaction videos. I really want to talk about this stuff, though, because I think it's just a good conversation to have. especially in light of the dowry and things like that. It just helps us understand things better. Leo, hey, shout out Leo from Twitter. Man, I just see your chat here on this other chat thing. It says, Privet, diamond dengue. I don't know what that means, but it sounds like it could be a bad word. Maybe I'll find out later. Marriage causes divorce says, the Augusto is greater than Dart Shapiro. Dart Shapiro? The Augusto's a good... Dart Shapiro is a good guy. Like the video. Thank you, Mr. Pitt. Yes, please hit the like button on this video so we can get it going on. Hope you've been well, Shah. Man, I've been chilling. I've been big chilling. What are we at? 10 minutes? I'll say we'd take this to 15. I just want to get more YouTube stuff done, and I do feel like pretty bad about myself for not doing that. I mean, my excuse is that I've had a lot going on with work, which is good, but man, I just feel like, you know, I really need to get some standalone videos done, which I haven't done. And, you know, I feel like I'm kind of letting down the community here a little bit, so I got to get to work on that. That being said, you know, other stuff coming down the line, other conversations coming, getting scheduled. So we will have stuff there. But I want to get more stuff on the channel. So anyways, you know, I don't know, man. I think I just needed a little bit of a refresh or something. Mongol, they rock. Gal Badrak Senbatar. Timmy Kramer, hey man, shout out to Timmy. Timmy's one of our legends. Golfing with my buddy's 35-year-old son tomorrow. He's fighting for his life over his 2 kids. Man, yep, another one. Man, I get really positive about marriage, you know, but then every now and then I hear like a nightmare story. Like, I mean, like within my like just people that I know in real life, like not even through this. And I'll be like, dang, that's pretty bad right there. This was a marriage that was clearly not negotiated in a gold pill perspective. Custody and child support. Yep, I'm sure. Well, if they were married, alimony is probably going to be a part of that. Some of that retirement's going to change too. She was never happy. Yep, that's the Coach Greg Adams. I'm not happy sound effect. Yeah, I mean, hey man, story as old as time. You know, it's so crazy too. You know, like working at child support really primed me to be so interested in the dowry, because it's like I got to the point where when I'd hear anybody's story, the first thing I wanted to hear is what their incomes were, like just to start doing the math on it. You know what I mean? And it's like whenever I hear stories, like I want to hear that. And it's like that same mindset at the divorce, putting that in the beginning of the marriage discussion, I think is important. And it kind of leads us into our discussion of prenups today, because this idea of prenups forces this uncomfortable discussion that many people do not want to have. You know, what assets are you coming in with? What assets do you have? What is your income potential? You know what I mean? Are they a far cry different from each other? Are we about on the same level, or is one person like way up here and the other person's way down here, right? Most people just do not want to have that conversation. Some people will get married to somebody and not know what their credit score is, not know how much debt they have, which is insane to me. Like, imagine signing marriage paperwork and not knowing how much debt somebody has. That is just crazy. But people do it. People do it every day. Shout out to you, Timmy. Thank you, sir. Dai Minya Diangi, give me the money. Nice. The only other thing that in my mind I can think of that sort of sounded like that was Das Vidanya, which I think means, I can't remember what that means. I can't remember if that means thank you or goodbye. Man, it's been a while. Das Vidanya. Oh, goodbye until we meet again. Russian is a cool language. I think so. I think Russian's a cool language. Shout out to you, Shah. Thank you, Marcus Gray, man. Shout out to you, brother. It's great to see you in here. We got the folks in here, man. We got to get going on the show. We got everybody in here. Trevor says, nah, just sewage works. Upgrading the wastewater pipes since they added a new apartment block a few years ago. And need to fix congestion issue. I see. Dang, so they're getting deep in there. Honestly, I don't even know a married couple that is actually happy. You know what's crazy? Like, I know married couples that like I follow on Instagram, and their Instagram is very happy. But, you know, I have been confessed to by typically the husband on some things. And I will always like convince them. When people come to me, like personal people in my life with their marriage stuff, especially if they're talking about wanting to get divorced, I try not to be that friend that like pushes on people to get divorced. And the one thing I always I say, have you talked to your father about that? I feel like I mean, you know, if your father is in your life, God willing, it would probably be best to have that conversation with your father and see what his opinion is. Now, I get it. Some of our, you know, some fathers out there could be, you know, well, you know what I mean, gynocentric, but I don't know. You know what I mean? But yeah, I hear things, but hey, man, they keep trucking on, and I try to, I don't know. I just try not to get involved in people's business like that. Honestly, I don't even know married couples happy. I know married people, but I wouldn't call them happy. I can't wait to hear the TradCon conmen gaslight about men. Oh man, you're gonna hear it today. Man, there's this one video where this guy, he is like right on the precipice. Like he's basically a free agent and wants to be. He just doesn't know that Coach Greg Adams exists. And it's crazy. They come after this guy. Like, I mean, not like in the worst way, but they do. Dave Ramsey actually has an interesting opinion on prenups. He is actually pro prenup if you are starting out the marriage and one person is considerably more wealthier. So I will give Dave Ramsey credit for that, because I thought he was just going to be like, no matter what. But I at least give him credit for that. Goodbye, Das Vidania. Informal is poca. Got it. Instagram is fake life. Absolutely. Okay, well, gentlemen, this is the moment we've been waiting for. Let me just go over the itinerary. I'm gonna bring the grid down for a second just so it's not super uncomfortable. And I'm gonna do the grid, and I'm also gonna do like a double of each video so that you know, like we can just look at stills of the video and really try. Like I really want to try to not get this thing in trouble. I'm sure these guys got 4 million viewers, you know, I'm sure they're not all about getting reacted to. I have seen some other videos, people reacting to them. Giovanni English, thank you, sir, with the $10 super chat. I appreciate that, man. I really do. Just showing some love, Shah. Shout out to everyone present. Thank you, Giovanni, man. I appreciate you being in here and supporting the channel and hanging out with us, man. So, you know, that means a lot to me. Is it not? Oh, what the heck? Oh, dang, guys. I didn't realize that the chats weren't coming on the screen this whole time, man. I'm sorry. Let me fix that real quick. Oh, come on, man. YouTube chat. Refresh cache of current page. Go back. There it is. Sorry, guys. I thought I was putting everybody's thing on stream. I was trying to give everybody some shine. Well, that was a disaster. All right. There it is, folks. Sorry about that. Thank you, Giovanni, again. Which one of these broads has the richest father? Oh, my God. Where are we at on that?
Which one of these broads has the richest father?
Exactly. Funny enough, my mother would probably give better advice than my late father. Well, one of your parents. I feel like they have a right to have some input on that. You know what I mean? Like, if you're going to make a big decision like that, probably a good idea to have that discussion with them and say, you know, Mom, Dad, this is what I'm thinking. Like, I feel like that's probably a better place to go for most people than going to your friends. Now, I can give you advice on what's going to happen to you with the child support system after. But ideally, I hope you don't get there, you know. It will not make me happy to know, you know, and I get calls from people I haven't heard from in a long time, and they'll be like, man, how you doing? And then all of a sudden that comes that big, like, sigh. I hear it through the phone, and they're just like, oh, man, you know, her and I are getting divorced. I'm like, what? Nah, you guys? What? Oh, man. And then, you know, the conversation ensues. Dave says prenups are to protect from in-laws, not the spouse. Yes, that's true. He does say that. He does say that because the in-laws will come and start asking for things and all that kind of stuff. So that is true. That is true. It is not in the same guise as we probably are going to look at prenups. And I do want to say right off the bat that, yes, I know prenups get thrown out and they're not the best. I'm going to kind of view this in the sense that like prenups work. And like, let's say you guys go and do your prenup and you redo your prenup every 5 years and you had a really good attorney do this. And, you know, she wasn't crying while she was signing it and not knowing what she was doing. And let's just say you guys were just both super diligent and it was all done fairly. And you even pulled out your iPhone to record the whole session for posterior possible use. So, you know, but yeah, I get it. I get that. Giovanni English W. Absolutely. Thank you, Trevor. It's okay if I don't get my comments on screen. I'm not into self-promotion like that. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. It just makes me feel good, man, just to do it for the folks. The point is more important than my name next to it. Man, that brings up a good concept called death of the author. And death of the author is an interesting thing, you know, especially when you put out an idea like that and it's not really about self-aggrandizement. It's about trying to, I don't know, help and improve things and all that, and just see what the people do with it. Like even, you know, Gold Pill and even this dowry, you know, dowry Gold Pill, they're linked. Watching what people are doing and discussing about it is a beautiful aspect of that. So it's something that's nice to see. Now, Trevor is the author of coining Gold Pill, you know. So shout out to Trevor. But yeah, anyway, so yeah, I think so. We got one video here. Does she deserve my wealth? Should my fiance get part of my wealth? Millionaire husband is controlling. So this is a wife calling in, and my millionaire husband made me sign a prenup and controls me. So, you know, we're going to try to get her perspective too, right? I want to hide a lot of money from my husband. What's your advice? This is about inheritance right here. This one is interesting. You should not marry her. I think this is the guy that needs to book a consultation with Coach Greg Adams. That one was good. We got this one. This was submitted for Mr. Pitt. Why prenups are destructive for marriage. So that, you know, if Dave Ramsey and John Delony are not nice to us, we might have to move in here. And we got divorce lawyer explains prenups and do they work. So, you know, this is going to be at least the guy who's selling prenups out here. We'll see what he has to say. He's probably going to say they're really good. But anyways, yeah, the other thing I remember too is, oh crap. Oh, I don't know why it does that. Gosh, ungroup tabs. And then we got a TikTok over here. My boyfriend wants a prenup because I make less than him. And, you know, he makes $85,000. So they're shaming him. They're saying, well, he doesn't make enough to justify a prenup. And then we got Chisha Zed, I believe is his name. Yeah, we got him reacting to it about that there. So more fun stuff. That's from Post Millman. So we got some stuff. And then we also got an inheritance thread. I was kind of thinking about kicking off the stream with this 25 minutes in. But man, let me tell you, you know, I've realized that a lot of people don't understand family law, but another thing people really don't understand is inheritance law. And, you know, studying about the dowry made me understand that marriage and inheritance are actually two concepts that are linked, especially when you look at how the dowry system operated. And property transfer and the laws around property transfer and property rights and all these things are like fundamental. And a lot of us, myself included, are ignorant to, you know, a lot of things. So it's just kind of a fun thread there. There's more about that. So we might have that. We might look at that. And a lot of nightmare stories out there, you know, of folks that their parents get remarried. So their parents get divorced, you know, and then dad might say, hey, okay, I'm saving the house for my kids. And then dad gets remarried. He thinks the house is going to go to his kids, but then he passes away and stepmom's like, no. And the laws actually say she gets the house. And then she ends up leaving the house that was supposed to go to the dad's first marriage kids to her kids from outside of the marriage, or possibly with the husband. And then the other kids don't get anything. So there's all this stuff, man, and estate planning and having a will and understanding how marriage affects a previous will is important. And then that you might need to do a new will again. And that, you know, 401ks, even if you have a will, it automatically goes to the new spouse anyways. Like there's just all, and she has to sign a waiver form, kind of giving up that right. So there's all these things we don't know about, and it can lead to potential nightmares. Now, we live in a culture where everybody wants to be a self-made man. It's about the American dream. Now, I don't need nothing. I left at 18. I got this job, and I went to college, and I did this, and I made a heck of money, and I just got it all. You know what I mean? I'm the guy. I'm the man. But as we get further into the future and inflation kicks us in the nuts harder, forgive my foul language there. And, you know, life gets hard. Housing prices are what they are. We can't kind of be blasé about this stuff as much. And we actually have to think about these things and communicate, you know, with people we're thinking about marrying, and communicate with our parents about what the plan is, if there is one. And if there isn't one, then it's good to know there isn't a plan. Or if there is a plan, you might not be involved in it. It's good to know that too. So all this stuff really threads in together. So I'm just going to touch on a few more chats, and then we're going to just start off here. Does she deserve my wealth? Millionaire husband's controlling. With one of these first. I want to hide a lot of money from my husband. Well, you know what? We'll start off with the MGTOW guy. I think this is the MGTOW guy. This one was hilarious. So we'll do that as we go in. So, of course, he'll say they are good and effective and all the stuff until the judge modifies them. Even if they don't throw it out. That's how Andrew Wilson was trying to say it would be good. They were saying they weren't thrown out, but they were modified. That's the part they leave out. Oh, that's interesting to know right there. Yeah, and that's unfortunately a crap problem right there too. Just not knowing, like like I wish our law was more reliable than that. Man, this lemongrass tea is good. No caffeine either. Just what I needed to try to get off my caffeine thing there. All right, so yeah, let's go ahead and just move in here, and we're gonna try our best, guys. We're out here. Mr. Pitt has given us something. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to copy this, open a new tab, paste and go, and then we're gonna have audio here. We're going to have a random screen grab here. Okay, so you know, so that's what I'll do. So I'm gonna try that. Shout out to Coach for the technique.
Brought to you by the Every Dollar.
I'm gonna be keeping my. Oh, you know what? I should have this one off stream here actually, and then that's my bad. That's gonna help because then I can turn this on and off as I'm going. Okay, yeah, that's what I'll do. Big shout out there. All right. So, I mean, let's just kind of go for it, guys. Let me just skip that sound effect a little bit there in the beginning.
Crap.
Oh, it's too late. That probably set off the system. Okay, let's move in, guys.
We are rocking on to the break of dawn, my brother. What's up?
Question I got for you. I've been divorced for about 7 years, and my current girlfriend, I've been dating her since I've been divorced.
Okay, hopefully that's not too loud, guys. But anyways, this guy he was married once before, and he got dragged through the family courts. Okay, so now he's thinking about what happened to him in the family courts. Also, I'll probably stop and talk a lot. I get it, man. I'm sorry, but we're messing out here with some John Delony, Dave Ramsay videos, so we gotta be extra cautious, if you know what I mean. So anyways, moving back in. It's frozen. Oh, no. I'm doing that on purpose. Trevor, I'm doing that on purpose. I'm just trying to show you a screen grab so YouTube doesn't catch that we're watching the thing. At most, it's going to catch the audio. Part of me was actually thinking about seeing if I can change the audio. Like I can hit processing on the audio, and that might help. Nah. See, YouTube's still gonna know. It'll only change processing for you guys. Whatever. Anyways, let's move into this guy's stuff.
Been dating her since I've been divorced for about 7 years.
So they've been going out for 7 years. And you remember last week what we took a look at, guys? We looked at that subreddit that was called Waiting to Wed, right? And a lot of these, we had like 50,000 ladies on there, including Shah, who's just kind of watching, complaining about getting a shut-up ring or that, hey, it's 5 years. How come he hasn't proposed to me yet? So this guy's hitting 7 years with his girlfriend, and that conversation's probably coming up. Aren't you going to marry me?
Just kind of curious. She's, I guess traditional, and I am too in a sense, but she, had been pushing to get married.
Oh, is she traditional? Does she have one of these?
Your dowry, it's my right.
Because if she doesn't, then I don't know about that traditional.
I don't have anything against marriage or anything, even though I've been divorced. But I guess kind of my main issue with it is, I became, wealthy here, recently, probably in the last, 5 years. I have my own company that I run, and I'm very successful at it. And
1.5 to 2x speed, aka chipmunk mode, might distort the audio enough. That's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. Dang, gosh, part of me, it seems like we're doing okay. Part of me wants to gamble it just because, it will make the video shorter. It will. I could, you know what? Let me see what we can do about that. Oh, man. Where the heck is that? Playback timer. Okay. Don't know what that did. Okay. Oh, playback speed. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, I put it to 1.10. So that's a small change. Hopefully a satisfactory change. Uh-oh. All right, so moving in.
It just makes me think of, if that's a smart move. I've been through the court system. It's not fair. It's really not fair for anybody.
Okay, you hear that? I've been through the court system, and it's not fair. It's not fair for anybody. So this guy's been through the ringer already. We're going to hear one more time.
It just makes me think of, if that's a smart move. I've been through the court system. It's not fair. It's really not fair for anybody. They're just bloodthirsty, tyrants.
Hey, shout out to this guy, bloodthirsty tyrants. I don't know. And by I don't know, what I actually mean to say is I do know very well. I do know very well.
And I don't really ever want to be in that situation ever again.
Yep.
I know you can do prenups and whatnot, but in the end, those things are, like toilet paper.
So this guy agrees with with marriage causes divorce. MCD, shout out to you. I don't know if this guy has found the manosphere, but it sounds like he hasn't. I will say though that there is somebody who has come up with a solution to this guy's situation.
Since
they're not. But here, let's
see that. So John Delony says no. Now I don't know if he's saying that prenups are not toilet paper, or if that family law courts aren't these blood-sucking monsters. But this is John Delony. See if we can get a still of John Delony.
What is it about your girlfriend of 7 years that you don't trust?
See, now he's moving the conversation away from wealth, and he's going into how this is a trust thing, and that with the really good relationship, this probably would not matter. I don't want to lead too far into what he's kind of implying here, but I think the issue is that he's very rich now, and she is not coming with much, right? It sounds like he may have met her father.
What's the dowry situation? Let's get down to brass tacks here.
And that's not matching. That's his problem. But see, John Deloney's going to move this into a question of trust, okay? Now, what he should do is get a trust and put some of his stuff in there. Not that that's an answer to everything. I mean, the state can still pull into that to some extent, I believe. But anyways, John Delony is focusing on a different kind of trust here.
Well, it's not that I don't trust.
It is. It is.
See that? So now he's just like, no, it is. It is that you don't trust her. It is.
It is. You don't trust her. Because you built a life for almost a decade with her. Yet, over here, your language is, I've become wealthy.
Yes. And is his language wrong? He has become wealthy. She has not. You know? And what they're going to, always try to do is roll this over into like, well, she helped and deserved half of it. And what you're going to see is this lady right here. Like she, I think it's going to be in a different video, but she's really going to come after this whole just prenup thing. It's going to be an interesting thing. That's on the Dave Ramsey video. I'm just going to play it a little bit more, guys, and then I will definitely look at some of the chats here.
So you've created a life of your own inside of this 7-year relationship.
Yeah, because he was working and getting rich and doing his thing, and she was doing her thing. I mean, you know what I mean? I'm sure she wasn't locked up in a cage in his house. So, yeah, he was doing some stuff.
Trust her. Is it because you got burned bad with your ex?
Yes, and, past experiences do inform future ones, and he saw what happened.
And you're dragging old relationship?
No, actually I didn't. No,
okay.
I didn't get burned at all through my ex. I actually got burned through my parents.
Okay.
And it's still kind of ongoing.
That's interesting. I mean, he started off saying family law courts were, oh, man, do I not have the grid on? Oh, no. Oh, no. If you'll allow me a moment. So, anyways, we're moving.
In a sense, but it's just that, in a sense, I don't know. I have this life that, I want to travel the world and do.
I mean, that sounds suspiciously close to the free agent lifestyle right there. He just needs to understand there's a person out there that has thought about this for a while.
These things, and I'll be able to do that, and it's not the responsibility.
Both Jade and I have.
Hey, Sevilla, welcome in. Hello, Shah. Great topic. Shout out to you, Sevilla. Thanks for coming in. Oh, by the way, guys, a male space. There's a male space right there. Shout out to a male space. A male space actually just posted a video of him having a chat with Suvaya. I think I'm supposed to call it your name is Suvaya. Now, had I listened to that, I would have known. But anyways, guys, please check that out if you have some chance. So just want to put that out there. Okay, so
traveled the world with our spouses, and it's been infinitely better than traveling around by ourselves.
Yeah, because when I went, I wasn't like, Sam, this is what I can afford to do. Sorry, you can't come because you can't afford to do that.
Okay, see that? Now, but that's different. That's different from a question of a prenup or this or that. Now he's already said prenups are worthless. You know what I mean? So I think he doesn't even want to get married altogether. And he'd like this to just go on. I do wonder what her situation is. I do wish he would say, what she does, how much she makes, does she have other kids, was she divorced before? That would help me to know. But yeah, anyways, I guess when I think about it too, like, if you're going out with somebody or whatever, and you do have a lot of income, like for me, it wouldn't be the end of the world to pay for them. That's different from like signing legal paperwork with them.
I wasn't like, I'm going to ride on this plane, you ride on that plane, and I'm going to stay in this hotel because I can afford it, and you stay in that hotel that's, a couple stars smaller, and I get to eat at this restaurant because I can afford it, but you've got to order the side salad. Do you see how kind of crazy that sounds?
Yeah.
Yo, Jermaine, shout out to you. Jermaine Smith, that's called carrying dead weight. What up, everyone?
I understand, and I've been wrestling with that for years, but it's like, it's also a thing too where it's like, I've risked stuff and I've worked my ass off to get, where I'm at, and I don't want to give that up. And like,
but let's stop right there though. Stop right there. Challenge that thought. Give it up to who?
Give it up to his wife, who's not bringing nothing because she doesn't have one of these.
Oh, dowry, it's my right.
That's who.
Is the woman you've been with for 7 years the kind of person that will take you for everything? She'll
see. This is a question: is the person you've been with 7 years the person who will take you for everything. Let me ask a question in the poll, guys. I mean, I am curious what you guys think. And, you know, we have this discussion of cosplaying. You know what I mean? We know people are on their best behavior prior to signing things. We've heard stories of we got married, the lottery winner effect. We talked about the lottery winner effect. And then a year later, the dead bedroom, you know, seeps in and there's all these issues, whatever, right? People change. But let me ask the question. Can you know what someone is going to... So let's hear him ask it, and then I'll try to formulate a poll better. So let's hear how he said it.
Is the woman you've been with for 7 years the kind of person that will take you for everything?
Okay, can you tell if someone is the kind of person... If someone is the kind of person to take you for everything? I'm going to keep it yes or no. Now, listen, I mean, yes, there is a thing as vetting. There is a thing as trying to understand the values and the mindset of a person and the family that they come from. But I don't know. You know, on the other hand, we also see all these people who I would ostensibly think have done that. Steven Crowder, I think, to an extent, probably did that, right? Typically, the vetting process is somebody who's religious, and you met them at your religious institution of choice there, and that's supposed to be the thing. You know what I mean? Now, somebody who's really sharp, maybe you feel more confident in doing that, right? But can you know if somebody is going to, you know, end up doing that to you, you know, when you're dating them before they have power and access to that sort of thing? You know what I mean? Can you really know? I don't know, you know, and John Delony seems to be insinuating you might be able to, but we'll see what he has to say. While you guys are answering that, I'm just going to look at some of the stuff I missed in the chat. I might have to skip some of this, guys. I might have to skip some of this. People don't even know what traditional even means anymore. That is very true, Luke. Absolutely. I mean, I agree. I really do. I can legit confirm. He learned the hard way. He absolutely did. I bet the cosplay man Knowles will say similarly, but maybe not. Man, I wish I had that clip of Knowles saying prenups are against the sacrament. You know, at least for Catholic folk there. That's what I think that's what he said with his interview with Pearl. So yeah, Michael Knowles is not a fan of prenups. John Delony is no more superior than Steven Crowder. He just hasn't been taken to the ringers. I've always hated when people redirect the prenup conversation to trust. Yeah, exactly. Right. Well, what about the relationship? Like, what about the wealth disparity? Let's talk about that. Let's talk about this.
What's the dowry situation?
Exactly.
Let's get down to brass tacks here.
Can we redirect the conversation to that? Okay, you don't want a prenup. What does your dowry look like? Oh, you don't have a dowry. Okay, so we're back to the prenup conversation. You see how that kind of happened right there? See how that happened? Please bring a copy of your credit report. I would like to see your current status. All right. Luke Nielsen says, here comes the gynocentric shaming. Hello, all. Shout out Millspace. No one can predict for MCD. No one can predict the future. People change. You don't know who you are trusting in the year 2050. Very true. You know, and you see a lot of that with inheritance cases too, right? Like, you see that. Suddenly, stepmom isn't as nice as you thought she was. And you've been trying to get a hold of her for 2 weeks, and she won't tell you what's on the will, let alone if a copy of it still exists in the house. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. Can you really tell? Can you really? Exactly. How can you trust your wife in the year 2050? You don't know the person she's going to turn into. People do change. Never give the gynocentrist family law judges full power of your income and assets. They will screw you over. Yes, they will. Jermaine Smith says that's called carrying dead weight. I traveled alone with a spouse too. Let me tell you, individual travel is way better. That was the first thing I thought of. I thought of Coach Greg Adams because he always talks about traveling on your own and learning how to do that. And traveling on your own is great, man. Traveling with someone else can be a drag. They can be a drag. You know, especially if they're just not on the plan like you are. You know what I mean? So I just traveled alone, actually. I just went to Canada for a week by myself. Shout out to the good folks out there in Canada that I saw and really made my trip fantastic. And it was great. It's great not having to, you know, worry about other people's stuff. It's not even just that. It's just people have different senses of urgency. It's like, you know, I want to get to the airport with enough time to spare. I don't want to be trying to make it at the last minute and then realize there's more traffic that I'm comfortable with. You know what I mean? I'm that kind of person. Deadweight is right. And MCD is right. You cannot ever predict what a person is going to be in 1 year, let alone 20. Okay, so I think we got the gist of that. Let me just read Mr. Pitt here. The person you marry is not the person you divorce. Yep. The person you divorce will absolutely take you to the cleaners if given the opportunity, especially once the Vipers get involved, which is the family law attorneys. So anyways, good stuff, guys. Good stuff. Let's go ahead and keep it moving.
She'll do you wrong. She'll cheat on you. She'll steal from you and take half of your stuff and take off. Is that who she is?
No.
Is that who she is? How is he supposed to know? Suvaya says, thanks, Shah. It's pronounced Suvaya. Thank you. Shout out to you. But I answer to almost anything. I'm the same way. Some people get real hung up on their name pronunciation. I'm not like that at all. Like as long as I know it was, you were trying to talk to me, then are you talking to me? Then, you know, it's good enough. It really is. But anyways, yes, here we go. So John Delony, sir.
With for 7 years, the kind of person that will take you for everything. She'll do you wrong. She'll cheat on you. She'll steal from you and take half of your stuff and take off. Is that who she is?
No, that's
okay, then why are you carrying that story around? Because I can't wait to get wealthy with my wife as my partner. I can't wait.
That's not the same situation he's in. That guy is already wealthy. He is already wealthy. They're not married yet. What John is talking about is that I cannot wait to get wealthy with my wife, my partner, my spouse. You know what I mean? That's you guys marrying around the same, you know, thing here and then going into it together. I can even get that to some extent. You know what I mean? But it's just, this isn't a 1-for-1.
Because I've met a bunch of miserable.
Oh, see, here it comes. This is going to be you're just going to be old and alone and miserable. I don't know, man. Some of them seem pretty happy to me.
Wealthy single dudes.
Just so miserable, just so wealthy and miserable and just single. Oh, man. You know, Michael Sand says, even the Bible talks about believers divorcing unbelievers because the Bible realize people change. Shout out to you, man. Great to see you, Michael Sand. Yes, people change and you see that. And, you know, even in the manosphere space, we have something called the light switch effect, right? Like you guys probably have heard of, the light switch effect and, you know, kind of what that is, right? Like suddenly, like one day it was different. They were cold all of a sudden. They were giving you one-word answers. They, you know, this and that, whatever. Now, people are going to come at you and be like, well, you know, what weren't you giving them that they needed? Whatever. I don't know. You know, maybe you're just not a genius therapist in your relationship, right? But at that point, you don't have a prenup and you're in it to win it now. And by win it, what I mean is lose it. So that's how it goes.
Yeah, I understand.
You know what I'm saying?
It's just been tough that, you know, I've worked so hard and so long, and it's not that I'm not.
But she's been with you. She's been with you for all 5 of those years.
Well, can I?
She's been with you for all these years. Does that matter? Did she help? I mean, like, was she there? Did she invest her dowry into this guy's business so that's why he got wealthy with this business? Did they pay for this guy's college? Did they sign a marriage contract and her father was like, we're going to invest in your college and you're going to get married to my daughter and then you're going to get a good job and you guys are going to be a thing, okay? And if you decide to go out, part of this marriage contract is that you pay me back for that tuition and maybe some other punishments. Do you want to sign that deal? And maybe they signed that deal and they did that, and then that man went on to have a very wealthy, you know, successful career beyond what he could have ever imagined. And if the answer is no, and she's just been enjoying the ride the whole time and has not done anything other than provide comfort and support, which a lot of people can do that. A lot of people can do that. Doesn't, you know, it's not one person out here in the woods that can do that. All right, fine. But you've been with her. So that means that all of a sudden he needs to take this huge risk. I mean, even without a prenup in general. Now, this guy already thinks prenups are whack, but I still think it's a good conversation. He's one bad move from his wife taking all his stuff and running. Just saying, yeah. And then he's going to be a twofer. And you know what they say about second marriages? They have a higher fail rate than the first marriages. So, I mean, and again, right, we've been listening to this. No discussion about what she does, what her wealth is, but we know he's considerably wealthier. Talk to the football legend. He worked too much. Yeah, there you go. If she has divorced friends in the future and a gynocentrist lawyer, even the best woman will switch and go into demon time. I think you're right there. Huge possibility of that. That's where I was talking about earlier. Like, I don't want to be the friend that's like, oh, yeah, you should leave your wife. You know, or yeah, oh, yeah, you know, let me just agree with you about all the stuff you're complaining about so you feel more pumped up about it. And then you go and destroy your marriage and your household. I don't think that's what a good friend does, you know. Hello, sir. Luke says, guys like that say those words because they judge their happiness in terms of a woman. Yes, very true. Sounds very gynocentric. Klaus says, I'm not even wealthy, but I'm doing pretty good being single. Just saying. Heck yeah, man. Shout out to you. And I am old. May I ask age, Klaus? That's from Luke Nielsen. Dan the Man said, since we are looking at stills, check the AI content. Oh, yes, sir. Let me do that. Big fan of the AI content. Oh, here we go. Beautiful. She doesn't bring... Oh, this is perfect. Yep, there's both of them. She doesn't need to bring anything to the table. Man, that's beautiful. Thank you, Dan the Man. Exactly. Gosh, man. This is awesome. This is awesome. She doesn't need to bring anything to the table. What do you mean? You've been with her. Is she the kind of woman that would do that? Do you know if she's the kind of woman that would do that? I don't know. I don't know what she's going to do in 25 years. What I do know is that she does not have this.
Your dowry, it's my right.
So I got to think about this differently. Thank you for that beautiful, beautiful AI content right there. I absolutely love that. We got Caesar Quintana in the house. Shout out to you, Caesar. Always a blessing. Caesar says, don't undervalue all the unpaid emotional and mental labor his lady put in. Yeah, exactly. Whatever that is. Don't forget all this intangible stuff. Oh, well, she's going to submit to him. Well, how convenient is that? That submission is something that, like, can't fit into a dowry chest. You know, you can't write that on a check. Unfortunately. It's you can't measure that in gold. It's not material. It's not tangible. It's just this intangible thing that she's got to do. Anyways, thank you, Caesar. I do appreciate that. That's very generous. We will consider the emotional labor. The craziest part, too, is that I think men do a lot more of the emotional labor. Because first of all, we have so much essentially testimony of women saying when they see their man get emotional, it makes them unattracted to them on a visceral, like guttural, like level. And that the man needs to be the emotional rock. And if he needs to be the provider and this leader guy, then his relationship with the emotion is not going to his wife and letting out his emotion so that she can start doing labor, emotion massages. They don't like doing that. And in fact, it's the guy's job to do that. It really, you should consider what kind of mood she's in. And, well, I'm not in the mood. And then you got to do all this, you got to make sure she's in the mood. You're going to hear that word mood a lot. You're going to hear that a lot. With the big D at the end of it. So thank you, Caesar. I really do appreciate that. Now that I have seen this through a gold pill lens, all I'm hearing is two people telling a man to make a horrible decision. Exactly. The dowry conversation and the gold pill conversation really does do that. It's amazing, It's like every piece of content I see through that this perspective now. It shines a completely different light on it that we had not seen before. Marriage causes divorce. Emotional labor equals she gaslights herself while the husband pays 100% of the bills and does 50% of the housework and childcare. Yep, there you go. There you go. Marriage causes divorce. Once she has what she wants, marriage and kids, she will switch up and marriage will go segless. It's all pre-planned. Divorce is planned at the wedding. Yep, there you go. Shout out to Coach Greg Adams. Michael says 1 Corinthians 7:15, believers divorcing unbelievers. She is the table. Yeah, exactly. That the next bubble could say that pretty much. I was just discussing this the other day. Says Suvaya. Giovanni says, where's the do you have the stomachs? Oh my God. Yes, exactly.
Do you have the stomach?
Do you have the stomach? That really is true. And I mean, this one is in.
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch. Cut that bitch.
I mean, honestly, with some of this stuff, how about all the emotional labor men put? Yes, exact. Men put in a ton of emotional labor. Honestly, how about all the emotional labor men put in? Let me tell you about the emotional labor of a combat troop, even not at war. Wow. Yeah, I could only imagine that. Honestly, could only imagine that. Michael's saying when women had 10 kids, yes, she put in a lot in the marriage, but not with the average today of 1.5 kids. That's a good point too. That's a great point, actually. Suvaya says, and women act one way early on and then can't maintain long term. Listen, and that's completely true, Suvaya. I liken it to a guy who's like love bombing a woman and he's seducing a woman to sleep with her. And then, he gets laid. And then, once that's over, then it's like, man, all right, I'm just trying to go home now and sleep in my own bed. You know what I mean? Like, and then it's just like, oh, well, he suddenly changed right after that. This is the woman version of that on the other side. It's the same thing. I think it goes back into this lottery winner effect. So again, and then once you do that, now you've signed. Trevor says, even if they are unmarried in Australia, their relationship would be classified as a de facto relationship. She would be entitled to 50% of what he earned during those 7 years. Wow. That's really good to know, Trevor. Australia. Marriage. MCD says, once she has the diamond ring and kids, this is the investment phase. This is what Coach calls the investment phase from the marriage wheel. If the guy is not aesthetically pleasing, she will get bored and switch up. All right, let's move in with some more of the show. So far, it's going good. I think the method is working. Mr. Pitt, thank you again. So we got like 3 more of these videos to get to, and hopefully we're okay.
Pull another thread on this. The first question I have is, how wealthy are you?
Okay.
Well, I'm 41.
I hope she asks, how wealthy is she after that? But all right, that's cool. That's a good, okay, that's a question that I'm interested in too.
I don't know. I'd say probably like 1.2, 1.5.
Okay.
1.2 million.
Good.
Somewhere in there.
And
the thing is, but a lot of my wealth is in my company because everything I have, I own.
Of course.
And, I own my house, I own my car.
Man, you know what is the craziest thing to me? Like, the fact that, like, you can have a company that's working real well. And the wife really had, like, nothing to do with that as far as, like, the meat of this company and making all these tough decisions and all this stuff. I mean, other than, like, bringing this guy a potato salad sandwich at lunchtime. I don't know. You know what I mean? And saying, and listening to him maybe when he comes home and he's just like, oh, yeah, I had a big client today and it went really well. Well, that's great, honey. Or I had a really tough client today. And, but after some talking, we were able to get a deal out. Wow. Or possibly doing some, like, auxiliary role, like sending emails or whatever. But was she in there as somebody who invested at the start of this company, money, time, pretty much meat at this point? Shout out to Coach again. Or is she just someone that plays an auxiliary role? But anyways, moving in.
I don't owe. I hate loans.
Anyways, what I was saying with that is that when the divorce happens, suddenly this business has to get, like, destroyed. Like, assets of it have to go away. People have to lose their jobs. Suddenly, like, her input matters when she does not know anything about the expertise that it takes to run this business. It's very weird.
Absolutely hate loans.
And so,
I refuse to ever get a loan.
And I'm the same way. I'm the same way. Like, I really feel what he's saying about loans there.
My company, because everything
Sure.
I have, I own.
Of course.
And, I own my house. I own my cars. I don't owe. I hate loans.
I feel the same way. See, that's because I graduated high school in 2008 and I saw all that stuff. So I was just like, man, loans.
I hate loans.
And so,
I refuse to ever get a loan.
and that's the thread I want to pull. Something about what you're saying about you believe the opposite is true about her, because
hey, why didn't you ask how much money the girlfriend has or what she does? Why did you stop at just asking about what he has? And now we're going to move into, well, okay, come on, get there, please get there.
You keep saying how much of a hard worker you are and how much you hate debt. That's making me believe that that's why I want to know more about the fiance, because you're not married yet.
Okay, shout out to her. Giving her credit right now. Let's see about the fiance. How much does the fiance make?
So you don't have to do anything yet, but do you, if you can be honest, I don't know if she listens to the show, but is there part of you that's like, hey, I feel like she's not a hard worker. I feel like she doesn't have the same views as me on debt and money. Like, can I pull that thread a little bit?
No, she's actually a hard worker. She really is. But but in life, to be successful, you have to work harder on yourself than on your job, is what Jim Rohn would say. And I'm a fluent listener of him. I never thought I'd be ever taking advice from a dead man before, but the guy was amazing. I listened to a lot of this stuff.
I want to hear how much the girlfriend makes.
Hey, Dan, I think you need to break up with your girlfriend today.
You don't think that you guys are on the same
Set her free.
level?
You know what? I can give him some credit for at least going that route instead of saying you should get married to her. I can give him credit for that, honestly. I'm gonna give John Delony credit for that. Gonna give him credit for that.
Set her free.
Now, it's coming from yes, it is coming from a gynocentrist viewpoint in the sense of like, well, you just want to be controlling over her. There isn't really acknowledgement of this unfair deal that's happening here. It's more about, well, how do you know she's going to be like that? You've known her for 7 years. What makes you not trust her? Real quick, guys, let me end the poll. Let me just end the poll since we're talking about trust and can we vet somebody like that? Can you tell if someone is the kind of person to take you for everything? 68% out of 16 votes said no. 31% said yes. So that's an interesting split right there. You don't have to. If you guys wanted to, you can share. That would then reveal who voted yes. But if you don't want to reveal that, then don't write anything. But I don't know. Maybe if you want to put a quick little list in there about what you think needs to be vetted or looked at, that can give you that confidence to know she's not going to be like that. So I don't know. I think that could be fun. I did miss some chats here. Oh, I clicked on the wrong scene. All right. No stress there. Let me just bring up the chats again. I have a buddy, retired Army, built a company on the side, okay, but deployed. His wife kept it afloat for a year, bare minimum. Now he's getting divorced and thinks she deserves 75% of it. Wow. I kept it going for a whole year while this guy was on the battlefield dodging landmines, drones, sniper shots, IEDs, those other things that are out there that aren't good for you. Air freaking strikes. Who knows what else this guy was doing? And she's just like, oh, I had to watch this I had to do the bare minimum while there was other employees over there who probably shouldered most of it while she just went in there and opened and closed every day and, just signed off on some things, on some invoices, made sure that products were delivered or got sent out and responded to some client calls and just made sure the invoices got processed. She now owns 75% of it. Gosh. I know a chick who got half a firefighter's pension. Pretty sure she didn't run into burning buildings. Hey, shout out Don DeMarco, man. It's good to see you in here. Yeah, that's how it goes. Man, not the pension. Oh, man. Not the pen. Yeah, but that's what it means to be married. So this is the discussion and the things you have to consider before doing that. Exactly. And said friend is looking at losing half of his retirement too. Yes, that's true. She will claim she ran into a burning marriage, Donald. Shout out, Michael. Gynocentrist interviewers. Yeah, and 75% is crazy. Yeah, and you know why? You know, it's just like, that to me feels like it's, well, if you start high, then they'll say, okay, let's do 50-50. You know, let's ask for 75. And then, I don't know, 75%, get out of here. These interviewers should be made to pay the 50% alimony and legal fees for this poor guy. She literally kept it afloat for a year, but she did not build it. Losing 75% is a standard percent to lose once you take into account legal fees and alimony. Very true. Savaya says, I'll never understand feeling entitled to what a man has built and invested in just because he was with you when. Yeah. Most important thing to be vetted is if she is peaceful, agreeable, submissive. No personality disorder. So this is marriage causes divorces list right here. Okay, well, that's a pretty interesting list. Do appreciate that. Peaceful, agreeable, submissive, no personality disorders. Interesting. He was an Apache pilot. Okay, wow. Interesting. You will change once you have kids and are angry at your husband, then you will want 100%. That's from MCD. All women who are not virgins have personality disorders. Marriage causes divorce. That's from Michael saying. Trevor says counterpoint. And thank you for the $5 Australian, sir. The woman wasted 7 years of her youth with this guy who should have never been in a relationship in the first place if he has trust issues. That's an interesting thing there. Now, you know, the question is, I think a lot of the issues with the relationships nowadays is we have all these covert deals going on that are never explicitly stated. And I will say this is how child support happens. Like, this is how you get the lady coming in with the 6-month-old baby and her and the father of the child have separated. It's because they were going out and one person had these expectations and the other one had these expectations. And then an event happened. And that event caused those expectations to clash. And they were not aligned. And they had never discussed that stuff before. So communication, I think, is a big part of that. So, yeah, I mean, listen. And she was kind of, she probably was expecting marriage. That, I think, is what John Delony is kind of assuming. That's why he's telling her to leave. And it might be why this guy seems to be having a hard time with it, because he's probably getting pressured from her now. In terms of possibly proposing, he's doing real well. So yeah, I mean, Trevor, what you're saying is true, especially in the context of, you know, the way marriage and stuff, you know, marriage was done back then, right? This probably, you probably would not have been in a 7-year relationship with somebody not knowing what was coming next. Spy says, I have children and have been. Marriage causes divorce. High body count equals not peaceful, agreeable, submissive. High body count equals drama and chaos. Thank you, MCD. Luke Nielsen says, expectation management is important, but you can never be 100% on that one. That's true, too. I mean, you know, yeah, you're right. When event X happens, you might think you were going to view something a certain way, but then you say, you know what? I can't bring myself to do this. You know, a big one is abortion. You might be going in there without protection. And the plan is that, like, I'm on birth control, and if something happens, then, well, yeah, I'm going to abort the child, you know? But then what happens is, you know, she gets pregnant and she feels differently about that. She says, you know, I can't go through with the abortion. I can't do it. Sorry. I know I said that. But I just can't bring myself to do that. That's a real thing. So now the birth control failed and the pregnancy is here and it's going to happen, right? So there you go. Amen. Marriage causes divorce. Don DeMarco says, this has probably been mentioned before, but statistically speaking, marriage is uninsurable. The odds a marriage will fail are so high, no marriage insurance would ever be offered to men. Well, yeah, especially, I mean, nowadays, especially with no-fault divorce, that's certainly helped that along. And then, you know, at fault is something, too. I'd say that still relies on the family codes. But, you know, we don't have marriage contracts how they used to be. Those marriage contracts would have been a place to include different stipulations and things to occur if certain outcomes happened. So, you know, there's been a lot of changes that have contributed to this change there, or this high outcome of failure. Check the AI content. I'll save it for when we start reacting to it again. Any of these well-off people who are pro-marriage wouldn't dare start a marriage insurance company for men. That company would fail. Absolutely. Oh, yeah, you mean like a literal marriage insurance. Imagine buying a house with 50% chance of it collapsing. Now apply that to marriage and divorce rate. Exactly. Why? Yes. Why would you do that? Yeah. Real quick.
Because
well, I don't.
She deserves your bag, man. Thank you for that.
I know you're not going to, and I know I'm just a knucklehead on a podcast. I get that on the radio. But you don't trust her. You don't have you want to have this life that you're creating alone, yet have her as...
When you go into business with someone, let's say two business partners. Let's say two business partners come in and they say, we're going to start a business. Okay. It's going to cost $300,000 of capital to get this business off the ground. And we're going to sign a contract. You are going to put up the $300,000, and you're going to sign a contract with somebody who's going to put $0 into it. But in the event that the business fails, or he wants to walk away, or she wants to walk away at any time, they get 50% of the assets, meaning you have to buy them out of 50% of the business, and they can leave at any time, and there's no penalty for them leaving. Would you sign that deal? Would that inspire trust in you for that person? Wouldn't it be better if you signed a deal with them and you are saying, I'm going to invest $150,000 and they're going to invest $150,000? Then you guys are both bought into this idea of starting this business. Is that now not how at least trust is inspired? Like, what is this intangible concept of trust that they're talking about that is like unable to be rooted in anything material or tangible? It's just all this like fairyland stuff. You know what I mean? Like, what if trust is actually cultivated by very real contributions, behaviors, not just behaviors, but real investments into something, right? It's not just about the money, but the money demonstrates a certain level of coherence, saying, hey, we claim to have these values. This is the proof of these values. We're going to invest that proof into this to some extent. Yes, other stuff, mindset, values goes into this, but I think it's all part of a recipe here or something. You know, it's part of a marriage pie. You know, we're making a pie. We need apples and cinnamon and butter, and we got to, you know, put some of that butter on the pan and all these things and the crust and the this thing and the that thing. That's a brilliant point to Don DeMarco. Tell people pushing the TradCon. Put up or shut up. Ensure the union. Very much so. I just joined. Shout out to you, Common Sensible. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Anyway, sorry, guys, for the ones I skipped. Let's go and finish this one off. We're about 60% in.
The hood ornament that you're creating alone. You don't have you want to have this life that you're creating alone, yet have her as a hood ornament. You say...
No, I'm not trying to do that. I think we're able to build, you know, as a team.
But you keep saying, I've built this money. I've done this stuff. This is mine. I don't want anyone to take it from me.
He has, though. He has done that. He has done that.
Mm-hmm.
And you've been with the same woman for 7 years.
Okay, so he's been with her. I mean, you know what I mean? Are they living together? I don't know. Maybe I didn't catch that part. But he's been building this on his own. And then on Fridays and Saturdays, they see each other. And it's a jolly good time. And they watch The Mummy. Or The Mummy Returns. Or they watch Shrek on DVD. You know, after eating a nice dinner. I don't know. Whatever the heck it is. And it's all a nice time. And you can kind of recharge. And she can recharge from her week. And it's great. But what did she help you build there? That she now, you know, gets to have this privilege of him signing this marriage contract and taking this next step. Meantime, he's got 1.2 million on the line, plus this freaking business.
And let me add to that, what I would be listening for, let me juxtapose it with what I would be listening for on a healthy side. And John, you're the guy who knows this, so you tell me. If I hear someone talk about their soon-to-be spouse, I don't hear them say, well, I do this. I hear them say, oh man, and my husband, he's so good at holding me accountable. And I'm not great with this, but he's so good with that.
Okay, I don't know what, like, listen, that sounds like really nice and flowery, but that to me has like no tangible nothing on the point that's being made here.
And even though I'm, this is one of the things I'm good at, but he adds so much to the equation. Like,
okay, no, but we're not talking about what you're good at. We're talking about very material, tangible contributions here. Which this guy has 1.2 million. We still don't know what she has other than she's supposedly a hard worker. Shout out to her.
You're constantly balancing each other out. I haven't heard you say one good thing about her.
He said she was a hard worker. He said she was a hard worker. He said that. I heard him say that. That is, oh my gosh. They don't want to hear him say a good thing about her because to them, he's the villain already. He's the bad guy. And he marries this woman, and 10 years down the line, the light switch changes, and then he's going to be the bad guy again. Except this time, his business is going to be worth $3.6 million. And then all of a sudden, he's going to be dealing with the bloodsucker courts again, like he said.
Or one thing that she brings to the table, or how she's an asset.
Well, not financially.
Like, I'm looking for that sort of language, so...
Well, I mean, she is,
Okay, here we go. Now, okay, so here comes the shame, and now he's got to sit here and be like, okay, like, here's what I got to say. But even though he already said she's a hard worker.
The other thing, too, is I have, 2 girls that are almost grown, and she has...
You can't see it, but she's, like, shaking her head right now. She's literally shaking her head at 7:22. She is shaking. She's looking off screen and shaking her head. Oh my gosh. All right.
2 boys that are almost grown. Here's the, I have, 2 girls that are almost grown, and she has, 2 boys that are almost...
Okay. So he's got 2 girls from the prior marriage. She looks like she's been married too, and she has 2 girls. Okay. And this guy's bringing in 1.2 million.
Grown. Here's the equation that I'm really stuck in. I'm just...
Okay, here comes the equation. This could be what I'm trying to hear.
Having contemplations about really the whole thing. Is my business, I need to get a commercial, shop, okay? I need a big place because I've been running this out of my house, and I've exploded my house. My house is my work, okay? And it's too much. So I have to sell, and I need to move forward with this. And I've been kind of wanting to move to, like either Tennessee or Texas or something.
Good one, dude.
I just, got a calling to go to either one.
You should just blindly trust her. Why aren't you saying anything nice about her? When I usually hear couples who are willing to just blindly trust each other, this is what they say.
One of those 2 places. I really love Tennessee. Been there many times.
Yeah. Get to what you're talking about.
So she doesn't really want to move.
Okay, that's it right there.
Unless she's married, which I understand.
Unless she's married. Okay, yeah, I don't want to move unless you're married. All right, well, fine. Okay, then I mean, really, just got to be like no deal. He's just all he's got to do is buy this. It's an affordable book. He's just got to buy that right there. It's gonna solve his problem. And we'll go from there.
I totally understand.
You don't want to marry her. You don't want to marry her, and you're not. You should not marry her just to.
Yeah, they're sorry. I don't got this back up, guys. They're just like
get you to come with her. You should not marry her for that.
No.
See, like, I feel like they're just kind of becoming a little bit of like putting some words in his mouth.
I totally understand.
You don't want to marry her. You don't want to marry her, and you're not. You should not marry her just to get you to come with her. You should not marry her for that.
Okay, yeah, that's true. A shout out to her. He should not marry her just to get her to come there, and put all that on the line.
No, I understand that, but it's dragging the kids and resetting everything and getting a bigger, you got 6 people.
Girlfriend,
bro. This guy, what's bothering him is that he has to, when he's going to get married, they have to figure out a new conjugal setup, right? They're going to be living together. They're going to be a blended family. They're going to need a bigger house. There's 4 kids we're talking about. And the biggest part about this is that she doesn't want to do it. She doesn't want to be married if she's not paper married to the guy. Okay. But when it comes to investing in this bigger house, where is the money coming from to buy the bigger house? What we haven't got is he paying for everything? That's what it sounds like. Is she putting down on the house? I haven't heard that yet. And if the answer is that she's not putting anything on the house, then, I mean, yeah, this marriage is a huge mismatch. And in our current family law, environment, this would be a huge mistake. Now, shout out to them for telling him not to get married. They somehow got there on a completely different path while simultaneously, shaming the guy. But they got there.
Girlfriend, if you're listening, go. It's time to leave.
Hey,
it's time to go on
Dan,
because your guy
man.
is not.
You gotta let her go. Here's why.
It's time to leave, baby. He don't love you.
You've been with the same person for 7 years. You can say what you want, but behavior is a language. You don't
Okay, we got tunes coming in.
trust her. You don't want to build a future with her. You're annoyed at how big the house is going to get. You're going to have to get a shop.
See, okay, and it's just like, you don't trust her, you don't this. You're annoyed you have to build the future. Yes, it's annoying when you're the only one building the future. Yeah, that does suck. Especially at the start of a marriage, right? So, what is the deal? Sounds like there's no deal other than the deal is he pays for everything.
And she might not be called to Texas, and she's too traditional. All these things. And I believe you probably did get burned hard.
Okay. Yeah, he believes he got burned hard.
And it's the worst.
Okay, just the music. All right, now what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at some of the ye old comments here for a moment. And then what we're going to do is we're going to move on to Dave Ramsey. Does she deserve my wealth? All right, does she deserve my wealth? Okay, so that's where we're going. Now, I will give a thumbs up to the video. Thank you, sir, for letting us react to this. I appreciate that. Okay. Comments. She was with him for 2 years before he had money. Now, all of a sudden, he's scared. Let her go. He's not looking for advice. He's looking for someone to tell him what he wants to hear. All right. This is how I know some breakups can be blessings in disguise in more ways than one. This caller is exhausting. The girlfriend deserves better. She deserves more, guys. She deserves more. She deserves more. He just needs to tell her, I will never marry you, but we can keep dating. Then she can make an informed decision. I can give her credit for that. Hey, I don't want to get paper married to you, but I'm willing to be with you. Take it or leave it. Shout out to Roller Baby. Josie Barber says, I hope she hears this and walks away. Disgruntled Cashier says, if you don't love the person more than your money, don't get married. Dave Ramsey. That's a quote from Dave Ramsey. No, it's not that. The dude doesn't want the advice. She's an accessory, a placeholder. He's not interested. Yeah, and he's a utility wallet. So it's just like, here we are. He's not interested in investing in a future with her. Yes, because he's the only one investing into that future. She serves a purpose in the present, and I'm sure he serves a purpose for her in the present too. He doesn't love her or trust her. Yeah. He doesn't love her. This isn't true love. This guy's a fool. 1.2 million. That is mostly tied up in the business. Okay, and that's a bad thing. And also, if anything, this guy's going to survive inflation because it's tied up with some real assets. And also includes the value of your house is not even close to wealthy in 2024. Man, this guy said he doesn't have a single loan. He doesn't have any debt. And he has 1.2 million plus a business that's making him some money. So, I mean, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. He sounds like the kind of guy who gets in trouble with the IRS for some weird tax scheme. Now they're just hoping for this guy's downfall. He doesn't want to be alone. He got divorced and met someone straight away. Poor woman. Maybe there's something to be said there. Maybe there should be some time after you end a relationship to kind of be ready for dating again. She let him waste her time for 7 years. No ring after 18 months. Leave! He doesn't like you. Gosh, after 18 months, they want the ring. Okay, well, I've heard people talk about 2 years before. That's from UK Bama Girl. Excuse after excuse, just let her go. He deserves to feel safe regarding his money. Yes, he does. And unfortunately, prenups, in his opinion, prenups are just toilet paper. Now, let's say the prenup worked. she should be willing to sign that prenup because she ain't bringing no money into this. She's not, especially if this guy's paying for everything. Girlfriend, if you listening, it's time to leave. Jade is freaking hilarious. He spent 7 years sucking up her free labor. Look at this, man. What is this? He spent 7 years sucking up her free labor and resources, but thinks she's the leech who can't be trusted. What free labor and resources? She was living her life. He was living his life. They're talking about marriage, which means combining it and blending the family. She's got her kids. He's got his kids. But somehow she's been giving him free labor. And this guy's been doing nothing for her. Like, how are people just able to, like, make this stuff up? That's what's going on here. I love how Jade finally quit talking to him and told the girlfriend it's time to leave. Clearly, this guy does not value her. Folks, this is what we're up against right here. This is what we're up against. Anyways, next video, does she deserve my well? We'll take a quick break, look at some chats, and then we'll move into that. He deserves to leave, or she should leave him. I'm going to go ahead and just make a second copy of this video. Okay, so we got that one there, and we got this one here. We'll go and just skip that to, oh, nope. Okay. I bet I'm just trying to get it to a good screen. Okay, so it's the same lady on this one, by the way. So we're going to hear her. So what's going to be interesting about this video, guys, is that Dave is actually going to recommend. What's crazy is that this is the guy who runs the show, right? He's going to recommend getting the prenup, and he asks the question, how much wealth do you have? And he finds a huge disparity. He's like, yeah, I think you should get a prenup. It's funny that, like, John Delony is his acolyte. John Delony is his, his student, basically. And he encounters the same scenario, but, now to give John Delony little credit, this guy basically said, he thought prenups were toilet paper. But, I think John Delony could have still mentioned, would you consider getting a prenup? If you do it right, we have a state, or family law attorneys you can talk to for that, whatever. But there really wasn't none of that. So interesting. Okay, so we got that going on. Let me just hit up some of these chats real quick. I missed a lot of these. Okay. Man, Caesar Quintana, I'm seeing your super chat, but it's not coming up on the thing that lets me pop it up. So I'm sorry about that. I cannot pop up the super chat. I will heart it. Caesar Quintana, shout out Caesar Quintana. I don't know why it's not coming up on that little thing. Dang it. Caesar Quintana says, we have 4 enemies in divorce court. Your ex, her lawyer, the judge, and your own lawyer. Yeah, exactly. Honestly. And then, frankly, you can just put the whole community if you want to make it 5. If you want to just go out and everybody else. Oh, God, yeah. The ex, her lawyer, the judge, and your own lawyer. Thank you, sir. Thank you for that donation. The $9.99 is very generous. I do appreciate that. I wish I could have made this big on the screen here. I'm a little disappointed in my Twidget system here for not doing that. That is not cool. But thank you again, sir. Let me see if Luke says, I don't think I can take much more of this. I'm sorry, Luke. LOL, they act like they... Okay, the next one is going to be annoying because of the lady, but Dave Ramsay, I think, gives some okay advice. LOL, they act like they help the woman. He's the millionaire. Exactly. Thank you, Don. Watermark shot. Oh. Okay, got the watermark. I think we're good. High value millionaire greater than broke, low value single mom. Yeah. And look, listen, he's got 2 kids too. They both got kids. Cool. They both went through divorces. I think deep down, this guy just understands that he's bringing a lot more to this equation than she is. And it's like he tried to talk to them about it. They guilted the heck out of him. They shamed him. That was the advice, was just like, break up. Essentially, you're just this, whatever. Okay. At least they said break up. instead of, oh, you should get married without the prenup. Which, I mean, they were kind of insinuating, how do you know she's a person who would do this to you? I don't know. How are you supposed to know that? You know? Anyways, Mr. Pitt says the issue is that she wants to marry him, but he's already married to the game. Shout out to the game out here. Thank you, Mr. Pitt. Marriage causes divorce says 1.2 million equals she gets 600,000. Lawyers get 600,000. And he gets nothing in divorce. Exactly. And you know what, bro? It's actually more than that, bro. She also gets continued alimony and, you know, pay from the business, right? So, you know what I mean? I kind of wish they would have asked if she was getting child support and alimony from her first divorce, right? But it's like we can't get there because we don't know what she does for a living. Like we had this whole conversation. They asked him about how much money he makes, how much wealth he has. I mean, it seemed like for a moment she asked about what she does. We never really got there, though, which is unfortunate. I wish she would have drilled into that more. He should go MGTOW monk and live a life of peace and build his wealth for whatever suits his goals. Yeah, I mean, he's got 2 kids. I mean, at this point, I think the free agent lifestyle, MGTOW is a solution for him. Waste her time 2025. Honestly, I mean, you know, at the end of the day, when something bad happens to men in relationships, it's always protect yourself at all times. You know, you're in a boxing ring in a way. And well, nobody owes you anything. The other person doesn't owe you anything. You let yourself be vulnerable and this happened. Be smarter for next time. Frankly, all that same advice can apply to her for this, you know. Get a rock solid, watertight, bulletproof, and concrete reinforced prenup. Women think if they are available, quote unquote, to you in any capacity, they have made you and everything you've done. Yeah, like if anything, that's like behaving like a prostitute, and you know you could just get broken off some money here and there, and then that justifies that. But owning half the business, no, not even close. That's fact. To Cesar Quintana, MCD says 100% facts. 4 gynocentrists versus 1 husband. You know the game well. Don't forget the YouTube comment section. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. I know we did look at that. MCD says, spit and pure facts. It's 4v1 in court. Your own lawyer is draining your bank account and not doing so much. Oh, yeah. When you start the case, they know how much money you have because you have to fill out something called an income and expense declaration. That's going to get filed with the court. The courts are going to use that to do the calculation. The attorneys will do it, and they'll submit that to the courts. So they need that. They know it asks about all your income, all your assets, if you're getting royalties, stocks, this, that, what your debt looks like, everything. So that means the lawyer knows too how much money you have. And yeah, they will keep kicking things down the line until you're finally drained. Then it's like, oh, well, the other attorney and I came to an agreement, you know. Now, I don't want to sit here and say all lawyers are bad. I'm sure you can find a good one, but there's a lot of nightmare stories out there, unfortunately, you know. So it's something to try to facilitate. I think Father X gives a lot of good advice about how to deal with this issue. So yeah, you know. Oh, I see Base FFZ. Shout out Base. I enjoy Base's videos. We're missing something here too, guys. He works from home. That's true. He did say that from his house. He doesn't want to move to a new house he bought and mess up his business. But also, what if she sues for the new house in a divorce? Yeah, I mean, you could say the house that he has now will be an asset. He said it's paid off. So she technically doesn't have a claim on that house because it's an asset from prior to the marriage. But what he would have to do is buy a house, it sounds like, a bigger house. So he wants to keep that one there for his business, I think. Or he needs a bigger house that can either fit some of his business stuff in there or just a bigger house for this blended family. that house she can definitely have a claim on. So it depends who's putting what up for the money. But yes, Base, it's a pleasure to see you in here, sir. Luke says, first thing they do is declaration of all assets. They know from the start. Yeah, child support did that too. That would be part of the case opening packet we would send people, we would call it an I&E. Man, I used to know the form number from that. It was like I can't even remember if it was like a FL 150 or something like that. Let me see if I can even bring that up over here. Sacramento County Income and Expense Declaration Form. Yeah, it's an FL 150. Man, I still remember it. I still got it. Here it is. I&E, that's the cover sheet. September 2018, August 23rd, 2024. The income and expense declaration is used whenever you are requesting a court order regarding money. Okay. That's going to fit a divorce. That's going to fit a child support order. So we want people to fill out the I&E. You got to put all your information here. You're going to get your certified stamp here, get your case number here. Petitioner, respondent, other party. Employer, literally the first line, employer. Employer's address, occupation. I get paid per month, per week, per hour. My age, my education, my tax information. Other party's income to the best of your ability. Then you're going to sign this under the penalty of perjury. But wait, there's more. Here's your income, and they're going to want all this salary, overtime, commissions or bonuses, public assistance. Are you on public assistance? Spousal support, partner support, pension, retirement fund payments. They want to know about the pension, workers' compensation, other stuff, military allowances, royalty payments, Social Security, disability, private insurance, unemployment compensation. Investment income, dividends, interest, rental property income, trust income. They want to know about the trust. They want to know about the other income from self-employment. I am the owner, sole proprietor, business partner, other of this business. Number of years in the business, name of the business, type of business, additional income, change in income. What are you paying in union dues? Are you paying child support and another thing, spousal support, partner support? Partner support that I pay by court order from a different domestic partnership. The following people live with me. These are my expenses here. Here's my debts. Here's attorney's fees, number of children, the children's healthcare expenses, all this stuff. Luke Nielsen said, let me get that off the screen. Says, first thing, I don't know. I think you said that it was this turns my stomach, still fresh in my mind. I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to bring that like that. You know what? How about this? Before we get to the next video, let's read the Reddit thread from inheritance, just as something that's different. Guys, if you can please remember to tell me to put the grid on when we get back to this, that would be really helpful. That would be really helpful. This is just the thread I saw earlier today, and I was like, you know what? Let's just talk about this a little bit. But I've been following r/inheritance. I've been following r/waiting to wed, and now I'm following r/widowers. Okay, and like, all three of these subreddits are like really interesting to me. Because remember, guys, inheritance, the way society does inheritance and the way society does marriage is linked. Especially how it used to be for thousands of years. Because both marriages and debts of, like, when people pass away, these are property exchange events or property transfer events. Property is supposed to transfer at the time of marriage. That's the dowry or the bride price, bride wealth. Now, it looks like property doesn't transfer, but property actually still transfers during a marriage when you sign a marriage license certificate because you're still merging your assets. So that's her getting involved. That's you getting involved with her and you guys becoming one financial entity, right? Now, when someone passes away, they had property and assets, and that gets divvied up based off of laws and codes and a will. A will is almost like a death prenup in some way. I mean, I might be stretching it there a little bit, but it is. And we are just woefully ignorant about how marriage laws work and about how inheritance laws work. And if, people want to talk about traditionalism and legacy and my kids and my bloodline, my bloodline, and then nobody wants to think about property transfer and property rights and how all of this stuff threads together. So anyways, going to r/inheritance here. Let me just pull up the chat here just so I can see that out of the corner of my eye. Oh my gosh, I have so many things up. Oh, there we go. All right, beautiful. Let me get my Twidget.
Being a freak is not against the law of...
That's one of my... Okay, good.
Your dowry.
All right, so let's just look at this real quick. This is just a fun thread. A little bit of stories shared in here. I do see a lot of stories about like what'll happen is like somebody will get divorced, and they will get remarried. Now, typically when they get remarried, they will think that like their assets are going to go to their kids, or they'll think, well, I have a will already. But then they get remarried and they don't understand that getting remarried affects the validity of the prior will. And then they don't understand that and then they don't do another will, or they never had a will. And then the step parent now gets all the assets in her hand or his hand. And, the person passes away, and then the kids are like, well, let's figure out this property. And then the step parent's like, too bad. I'm living in here. There's nothing you can do about it. We're not putting this up on the market. And then she passes it away and gives it to her kids from another marriage instead of you guys, or excludes the kids from the prior marriage. And it's just like a big nightmare. Can children lose their inheritance if their parents remarry? I am not familiar with this. I just heard that in the USA, the kids only inherit after both parents pass away. Until then, the widower or widow keeps everything unless the deceased parent had a will. So if you grew up in an American household, your dad died, your mom remarried, and then she died before the new spouse, can you lose everything that your dad and mom worked for? Let's see what Insane Big Dave has to say about this. Husband and wife have 2 sons, then the wife dies. Husband remarries with wife 2, who has 2 daughters from a previous marriage. Husband dies, wife gives the inheritance to her 2 daughters and leaves out the 2 sons. Happens all the time. Yes, I know a family this happened to. The father inherited the family farm, died with no will. Mother inherited his farm. She remarried. She died without a will, and her husband got the farm. So the new husband got the farm. He died without a will, and his kids got the farm and sold it. If you own property and have kids, make a will. So that's your public service announcement today. Maybe, we're not entitled to anything that our parents own. And our parents could sell whatever the hell they want and say, screw you kids, figure it out. And it wouldn't even be a screw you. It would be like, hey, be grateful. And you know what? They'd be right. You're not entitled to anything. But it is a conversation worth having with your parents, because they might think something is going to happen, but it's actually not going to happen. And no one's really thought about it that much before. And you end up losing the family farm, so to speak. Real quick, let me just reset up. And guys, I'm loving the AI art, by the way. Thank you for that, man. The AI stuff that you guys make, I always just really enjoy that. You should just blindly trust her. Have a will and keep it updated. Put real estate in a revocable trust. Keep that updated too. Yep, I think if OP did a quick search on this subreddit, it would reveal a good amount of stories just like this. Sorry, guys, I just need some water. If dad was a bro, he would have left it 50% to his sons and 50% to wife too. So here's the thing, guys. One thing that, the reason I bring this up is because this also goes into our discussion about prenups today. One of the things people will do is shame you into a prenup because they'll be like, oh, so you don't want her to share in the wealth? So if you pass away, she just gets nothing? But when you look at like old marriage stuff and the dowry system, part of the marriage contract too, even like if the husband passes away, the wife would have usufruct. The word's usufruct, meaning that the incomes that derive from the property and the what's generative about it is her right while she's alive. She does not have the right to sell it. and the property is still going to go to the children of the marriage, not to some other marriage or not to some other kids, not bequest, made as a bequest to the church, not made as a bequest to whoever the heck she wants to as she becomes senile, right? So that was planned for. With prenups, they'll try to shame you out of that and say, well, what about when you pass away and she gets old? You can have a will or something that gives her usufruct of the property that says, yes, you will live here and enjoy the fruits of it while you're still alive. But when you pass away, then it goes to my children. So this is an important thing to keep in mind. The other important thing to keep in mind is that state laws may be different where you're at, and to speak with a estate planning attorney who's hopefully a good estate planning attorney, and to learn the laws of your local jurisdictions so you can avoid these nightmares. Real quick, I see a donation in the chat from Trevor with $20 from Down Under. Thank you, sir. Thank you for that. Trevor says, hey, chat, can we slow down a bit with the comments? I'm noticing Shah is trying his best to answer all of our comments, but I think it's becoming harder for him to respond to everyone while also getting through the content. Man, I appreciate that. You know what? What I'll do is I'll just try to slow it down. Well, by slow it down, go through more of the content. I'll have to just skip some of them, guys. But if I see one out of the corner of my eye, I think as the channel grows, shout out to the growth out here. This is unfortunately going to be part of the growing pains, but I will still try to answer as many as I can or see. Dan the Man says, I don't know if you saw my comment, but in a nutshell, I know 2 daughters who lost their inheritance to stepmom who divorced their dad. Oh, I did not see that. I'm going to see if I can find that. Dang it. I probably missed it, man. I'm sorry. If you could copy and paste it and put it back in here, that would be really good, man. Astronomer CEO is going to get wrecked in divorce court. Coldplay kiss. Oh yeah, kiss cam. That is a wild thing to just come out of nowhere. That only helps his channel. He's a small channel, needs all the help he can get. Thank you, RPC. First time seeing you. Shout out to you, man. All right, I'm gonna read some more comments to this because I just think it's helpful. There's a bit more nightmare stories in here. Now again, I know nightmare stories are a particular extreme, but some of them are very real stories. So, I think I've been enjoying reading the inheritance threads because I myself am very ignorant about how inheritance works and all that stuff. And it seems like inheritance is just this time for like people to become heartbroken over things that they expected to happen and didn't expect to happen. I think the more educated you are about that or what to expect, it's only going to help. I think as we get into an economy that is more like what it used to be like before, a huge boom and economic prosperity that the U.S. experienced in the 50s and all this kind of stuff, and it starts to become more akin to how life used to be before modernization and the fruits of modernization, inheritance and marriages and the way marriages are done, especially, whether it's a dowry inspired or not, is going to become very important to pay attention to. Because if it's very hard to get your hands on a piece of land or a house or whatever it happens to be, and you come up to these very important parts in life, which is, marriage, the creation of a family, or, passing away of someone, the disintegration and, and divorce and all these things, people are going to have to go about these things much more diligently, which they really should be doing now. Yep, it happened to us. Yep, that happened to my family. Is that just because of no will? If the husband's will called out what to give the sons, would they be protected? Maybe, but the husband may want his wife to live in the house and take care of the kids. Splitting the assets with his 2 sons may not be in the best interest of the family at that time. There are so many variables, you really need to have an attorney to document it in the will. Culturally, it is a sensitive subject, a will, to bring up to your parents because they may judge you for asking. It's funny how similar this conversation is to the prenup conversation. Like, it's prenups and wills. Something about it. This is why folks need wills. Letting folks with no ties handle your money after death is a problem. Yes, it is. Real quick, I'm seeing another super chat. This is from Law Brother. Law BR. Law Bro. Shout out to Law Bro. Don't you trust her? Betrayal only works if she gives me her word. she won't do something, then does it. You literally have to wait and see exactly. And when somebody is not invested into a deal, it's easier for them to betray you because they have less to lose and they have more to gain. So, yeah. Don't you trust her? It all depends on the prenups they signed and the wills they made and the state they live in if there's no will and what the probate court decides. I like how these are all just different people. Probate court follows the law. That means the laws of intestacy if there's no will, spousal elective share rules if there is a will, and other things that might apply, such as homestead laws. It works that way in the UK. My mother-in-law's mother died when she was a teenager. Her father remarried. When he died without a will, his wife inherited everything. When her stepmother died, everything went to her mother, my mother-in-law's stepsister. Even her mother's jewelry ended up going to her stepsister. Mother-in-law ended up with nothing except what her stepmother had allowed her to have. A few photos from when her parents got married, photos of her with her parents, that sort of thing. Not only that, but in the UK, at least in England and Wales, getting married nullifies any existing will. See, that's interesting. That's something to know about your jurisdiction, folks. So you can write a will thinking that your children are protected, then get remarried, and suddenly your kids are, crap out of luck. In the US, getting married doesn't exactly nullify a will, but the law assumes you forgot to update it with your new spouse and gives them a certain share anyway. Okay, so for us US folks, same is true for having a child after the will is signed. All this stuff, guys, we really got to do a deep dive into and listen and learn about and read about. Writing I don't know what this is. Codicil is very easy. That must be a typo. 3 sentences to acknowledge the marriage and specify your existing children get percent, while your new spouse gets Y%. Okay, let me just actually look up that word. Maybe it's not. Maybe it is a real word. Oh, it is a real word. A codicil is a legal document that amends or modifies an existing will without completely revoking it. It acts as an addendum, allowing for minor changes or additions to be made to the will, such as updating beneficiaries, changing executors, or adding or removing specific bequests. See, guys, we're learning today. We're learning. You can set Y to 0 if you want, but you have to actually do it. That part seems to be where most people slip up. Many states have spousal elective share, meaning even if you set Y to 0, the surviving spouse can still demand a share. Also, codicils suck. Yes, the children from a previous marriage can inherit nothing if their parent remarried and decided to leave everything to their new spouse. Now, even within a marriage, your parents can decide to leave you guys nothing. Maybe they just were not happy with what you guys decided to do with your life, and they're like, "You're out. You know what? There is no will. We're donating it all to charity." Good luck out there, folks. Show's over. It is up to the parent who remarried to prevent this from happening. For example, a 401k account legally must go to the current spouse of the deceased. Unless the current spouse signs a waiver giving up her right to inherit, in the case of the 401k account, it makes no difference what a will says. The rights of a legal spouse override what the will says. Okay, so more interesting stuff. Anyways, we'll get back to this, guys. I just wanted to share that because I thought it was, I don't know. I just think it's good stuff to know. I think nobody really looks at this. I mean, at this point, we're doing marriage so badly that the idea of generational wealth, by the time the divorce attorneys get to it, I used to see little Timmy's nest egg just get juiced. When I was looking at all this child support. I've read so many dissolution divorce orders. And even back then, I always thought about how it just sucked. How like the family wealth got juiced from this event. And how this was going to, I would always think about the kids' college and the future like that. But even going beyond that, like it just affects so many things. Like being the children of a divorced marriage is actually a crappy, like it's not, obviously it's not good, but when you really look at like the long-term ramifications, it is a very unfortunate thing. Anyways, getting to this. Okay, so should my fiance get part of my wealth? Let me pull up the goods here, and we're gonna start it. We're gonna make this big, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna start playing it on this screen. So now we're on a different channel. Now we're on the Ramsey show. Well, it might have been the same one, but hopefully they're kind to us also. Remember, guys, if the stream gets taken down, I will try to start it again. I don't know if you actually have to reload anything, but, you know, it might be worth a shot. All right. Herein. And, guys, feel free to comment, do whatever. If I can get to them, I can. If not, not.
William is going to start this hour off. And
oh, no, we got music. Let me just move it. Here we go.
Yeah, I got a question about a prenup. I've listened to a lot of your clips. Some of them kind of applied, some of them didn't.
Okay, should I get a prenup?
But basically, I own a business and have done well. Own some properties, and there's definitely a large gap between me and my fiance.
What's your net worth?
So,
right off the bat, what's your net worth? Okay, so Dave Ramsey's doing this the proper way.
Net worth, property values are probably like 1.4. Only have 230 in debt on those, and then in cash, I probably got like 750.
What's your business worth?
Okay, so he's almost at $2 million in assets. So he's almost at $2 million over here. That's a lot of money. Now he's gonna ask, what's the business worth?
$7 million.
Okay, so you're a $10 million guy, and she has a more traditional, normal net worth. She's not a freak like you.
Yup.
I guess not. No.
You're a good freak, though. I like you, so it's good. You're the right kind of freak, man.
Oh my God.
All right.
Right on.
Yes, I would get a prenup.
See that right there, man? Shout out to freaking Dave Ramsey for that. And notice, guys, he's sitting next to the same woman from the John Delony video. Like it's literally the same. It's literally the same thing. Let me see the years when these videos came out. This was 2 years ago. This one was 1 year ago. So she sat next to Dave Ramsey literally a year prior to this video, heard Dave Ramsey's advice. And then in this second one, it's just like, oh, you know, you don't trust her. Come on. That's ridiculous.
Okay.
I don't believe in prenups. I tell 99%
hold on a second.
to get them. The
Hold on
only
a second.
time in 30 years of coaching that I've run into a situation where I wished some.
Okay.
I don't believe in prenups.
Man, that could be a funny sound effect.
I tell 99% of the people not to get them. The only time in 30 years of coaching that I've run into a situation where I wished someone had had a prenup was where there was a vast disparity between the two people getting married. And
okay, shout out to him for saying that. I have to give him credit for that because at least he's recognizing that this vast disparity exists. Now, to him, it has to be super vast, right? This is what's going to take us into the TikTok clip later that Shisha Zed reacts to, of somebody basically saying, oh, only 85,000? Why would you want a prenup? You know, so we'll hear what they got to say about that. But at least to some extent, he could recognize like when the hypergamy is really bad or something, right? So shout out to him there. Shout out to Dave Ramsey.
And 99% of the time, the problem doesn't end up being with the two people. It's not your fiance. It's weird dadgum people in her family.
In her family. I like how he said her family. But you know what? That is a problem between the two people. That's just my opinion. Because she's putting her family before the marriage anyways. So, I mean, listen, and family is important. But if what they're wanting is for the new husband to give them money, that's a problem. So interesting. See where he goes.
That come out of the woodwork and screw up everything. And if she can just hold up the hand and go, nope, can't, I got a prenup. I got nothing to say about that. I got nothing. Because all of a sudden they're like, whoop.
It's funny. I can't remember who said that, but yeah, it is kind of a gynocentrist bend. It's more about giving her a shield and saying, well, I can't do that. But I mean, it's not really, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong to say that, but it's true. It will give her, I think it will give her maybe some way of saying, well, I don't have access to that. Now she's going to try to convince him to help. I don't know if it's the same thing, and I don't know if her family would buy that and say, well, okay, prenup or no prenup. It's still up to him to be able to help, like in terms of her convincing him. But what she doesn't have is the leverage to divorce and take the money. So her family can't convince her to, the mother-in-law can't come in and convince her to pull, you know, the parachute or to freaking just hit the nuke button and you know, leave with the cash and prizes. So that's what she doesn't have. It's not really just about, well, we got a prenup, so I can't do anything. It's about not having, I mean, well, yes, she can't hit the nuke button, but she can still try to convince him and do these kinds of things and say, oh, my family needs this. But still good to have the prenup. I would think so. That's not true. It can be, but the vindictive woman is a huge problem. Seen it with my own eyes a lot. Shout out to Luke Nielsen. Trevor says, divorced parents leads to a dowerless daughter, relying on romantic love to get by. Exactly. A dowerless daughter and a son that's going to have a tougher time finding greater income potential and also no bequest. The son's income is one thing, but also what he stands to inherit is also a factor considered in the old dowry system, right? So it's just like, you know, okay, his parents, their family owns this. His income might be this. It might just be he lives on the family farm and works the farm. The farm makes this much. He's going to inherit the farm, part of the farm. The farm is this big. If the farm gets divided in half, it's still a pretty good deal. Her dowry is essentially this is a pre-mortem inheritance for her. So they're doing the math on that. So yeah, children of divorce, they tend to lose out on that. You know, unless one of the parents rebuilds wealth or both of them maybe do. It's possible, but you know, it could be a lot tougher and possibly less probable. So good comment. Law Brother says, I'm just going to call you Law Brother. Or Barrister, maybe, Law Barrister. 99% of the time, the divorce is not amicable. And 70 to 80%, it's a woman divorcing. And most of the time, they're leaving because they're upset, they cheated, or they're cashing out. You don't get my money. Yeah, I mean, the fact is the chance of divorce, unfortunately, is very high. And if you're going to play this game of hypergamy, where you're the romantic hero that comes out as a knight in shining armor to go rescue this bum and this beggar and make her your wife, because her family gave her no dowry and put her out on the streets like a beggar to come at you with her pile and say, you know, oh my God, come save me. And then you put your romantic helmet on and went and saved her with your money because you made a ton of money. Yeah, you know, it's gonna be a tough game. Mad Villainy, shout out to Mad Villainy. With a dowry, would you still need a prenup? That's a good question. And see, that gives us something interesting to think about right there. If the dowry is not a matching dowry to whatever your side of the equation is, if you're not happy with that, then, you know, I would say, yes, you would need one, but typically no, because typically the dowry should be a match to what you're bringing in or something you agreed to. Now, I will say the unfortunate part is if you were going to do this today with the family law environment we live in, you know, unless all of that becomes commingled funds and joint property, including her dowry, then it would all be split 50-50 on the end, right? Like unless you can get a contract in there that's just like, well, in the event of divorce, this happens and this happens. Which, frankly, the funny thing is, man, is prenups are almost kind of like a traditional actual marriage contract in a way. But the fundamental difference typically in our culture is that prenups are associated with this idea of one person bringing in all of the money or a lot of the money or the vast majority of it, and the other person not bringing in anything. It's almost like prior marriages had built-in prenups through the marriage contract. It said this is what the dowry is, you know, and it mentioned what's going to happen with this land or where the home is going to be or who's paying for the house or this kind of, you know, that stuff was in there. So you could have both, but the terms of your prenup might be something that is a little bit different than the standard prenup that we're used to nowadays, which is more about a hypergamous kind of, you know, pairing there. So fantastic question, Mad Vilney. I like that you're thinking in that way because that gets us thinking. That's a good gold pill looking forward mindset right there because it's like, okay, so if we incorporate some of these into future decisions, what would that look like? I like that. Shout out to you, man. That's exactly how it should be characterized too. Shah, excellent imagery. Thank you, sir. All right, let's move in.
Woohoo! Little JoJo married William. Yeah, let's go visit. This is what about that. I got nothing. Because all of a sudden they're like, woohoo! Little JoJo married William. Yeah, let's go visit. This is what, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I do, yeah.
Now, prenup or no prenup, her family could probably still find creative ways to get money out of you. And so can she, but it's a better situation than no prenup where she can hit the nuclear button and, run off with that. Mr. Pitt says, if her dowry served as the initial investment for a family business, then the 50-50 split done by the courts is basically the exit phase of a startup. The angel investors would do their fair share. Yup. And you know what, man? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. If her parents paid for your college education to become a doctor, yeah, no prenup needed. You know what I mean? If her parents paid to help start your business or invested heavily in that 50%, yeah, I would say no prenup needed. I think it should be a 50-50 split. I mean, it would make intuitive sense. They put the seed money in there to make that happen. I'm trying to find that paper that I had last week about Germany. Shout out to Klaus. Oh, here it is. Oh man. It's in my dowry papers. Romantic lover material interest. There's a section in here that talks about the dowry being used as to set up a business. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it on tap like this. I do this to myself all the time. I don't know why I do. Man, let me just Control F trade real quick. When Trevor hears the word trade, he is just thinking about something else. He's just like, oh my God, did you say trade? Damn it. 3. Oh, crap. I don't think I'm gonna be able to find it. Small scale tradesman. There's a part in here where it very specifically discusses the benefit of a dowry to helping a man, pretty much get more well settled into his craft. Essentially, open up a shop. You know what I mean, or a business. Is shop in here? Shopkeep? Nope. I don't know what term they used, and maybe as we're listening to this, I can search. So let's just go ahead and get that back in the game. I'll try to find it later. Sorry, my mind goes on this. It's just like it wants to find it,
So and bless your heart, your fiance didn't see it coming because she did not think crazy was going to manifest itself that way in her extended friends or family. And so and it ends up screwing up y'all's relationship. The prenup actually assists the relationship in this case. Mm-hmm. So, but for everyone else, I just say no. If you have to have a prenup to protect your $4, then you don't need to get married.
Correct.
That's another question that I was thinking of before the stream started. And listen, I give him credit for saying if there's a wide wealth disparity, you should get a prenup and it's justified. And notice how she's sitting here quiet the whole time. Look at the smile on. I mean, you know what I mean? Like she's quiet because she's probably like, well, what about this and the building the wealth? You're gonna hear her later. But what I wanted to ask is start a poll. Damn it. Should everybody get a prenup prior to get a prenup? I don't know. Like, what if it's just a good idea to have a prenup anyways? I think James Sexton kind of talks about, I'm going to put regardless of wealth disparity, because it forces the conversation about this. Should everybody get a prenup regardless of wealth? I think that'll be good enough. Start the poll. I'm actually curious what you guys have to say about that. Precisely, Mr. Pitt from Law. Oh, it's Lawbro, not Law BR. Got it. Thank you, Lawbro. Search for the name Schmucker. I guess that was his name. Man, no, but it's not the same story. It's a different part of the paper. Trevor says, who is more vulnerable in the event of a divorce? The person who is asset rich, income poor. Interesting question. Or the partner who is income rich, asset poor. I'll tell you this. As the laws stand now, I will say the person who's asset rich has a better deal. And the reason I say that is because if the assets were acquired and paid off prior to the marriage and they weren't commingled or you didn't add the spouse's name to it, then that's still separate property. That's not community property. Now, you know, if they weren't paid off and as soon as you guys get married, your guys' income's the same and you're using that to pay off the house, now the judge can probably say, okay, well, you paid off this house with, you know, marital income. That could be a different thing. But if it's separate property, they're going to make out better because they have a lower income and the spouse with no assets has a higher income. So the higher income spouse is still going to pay alimony regardless of the prior assets. The only thing the prior assets will do is if it's generating rents, they will use that as income. But if we're saying that they have a low income and it's just assets that they have, they might be sitting on a bunch of gold in a safety deposit box and it's doing nothing for them. You know, they got $250,000 of grandma's jewelry in there, right? So that's just going to stay $250,000 of grandma's jewelry and it's going to have no bearing on anything because it wasn't, communal property. That's a pretty stupid take, Dave. Why, if she betrays me, is she entitled to freaking anything of mine? Exactly. I think the lead attorney said everyone actually has a prenup. If you don't draft your own, you simply default to the prenup created by the state. Yeah, that's the marriage contract, really. The prenup is you trying to bring back, I'd say, a little bit of the spirit of the classic marriage contract. But, you know, you're still beholden to the laws for certain things. Like you can't prenup away child support, for instance, right? So that's not going to work. But yeah, I mean, really, that's what it is. If you're going to sign the marriage license and, you know, get the marriage certificate, you're just agreeing to whatever your jurisdiction's family codes are. If you don't draft your own, you simply default to the prenup created by the state. Maybe Lawbro can affirm or refute that. Lawbro, because no fault divorce. Yes, indeed. All right, moving in.
Now, what happens if, your fiance, your girlfriend, what does she think about it?
So that's an issue. She thinks that I, quote unquote, love my money more than her.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, he's getting the sign language. He's getting freaking guilted into this. I think what we're gonna see here, if I remember correctly from this video, is she's gonna be she's gonna be surprised about some things that Dave Ramsey has to say. So,
she's not thrilled, or at least at the beginning wasn't thrilled, and so, I basically, because in Texas, everything is common, property once you get married, and so then it all gets split. So I had pretty much. What I had structured was, separating everything and then maybe giving her for every year we're married, if anything were to happen, she would get a certain amount per year.
Dude, that's already a freaking good deal, by the way. You know what I mean? It's like a built-in kind of alimony. Like the prenup, there's different parts in this video where they discuss these specifics of the prenup, and there's very creative ways of doing things, which I thought was interesting.
So I guess my next question would be...
I would not do that, and I would explain to her that this is...
That's so interesting that Dave Ramsey advises against it.
Next question would be...
I would not do that, and I would explain to her that this is as much for her benefit as it is yours because of what I just described a few minutes ago. This releases her... No one of your friends are going to be suspicious that she married a gold digger. None of your family is going to think that she has bad motives. This helps her.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to restructure or do away with the prenup,
it's interesting that he's saying you being so rich and her signing a prenup actually is better for family relations because it's sort of smoothing over this worry that his family probably has that she might potentially be a gold digger. And it's funny because it brings us back to the conversation in the last video of, well, don't you know her? Why don't you trust her? What makes you think she's going to do something like this to you? And the guy in the last video had $1.2 million, right? This guy has 1.4 plus 750,000. What, 260,000 of money owed on some of the properties. So about 2 million. All right. So it's funny because it's like almost the same situation. But in this one, Dave Ramsey is like, well, yeah, the prenup's good for all these reasons. And then John Delony in the other one is like, oh, no, well, don't you trust her? Don't you know by now after 7 years if she's going to do that?
Any point in your life, you can do that.
Okay.
You can just go back into the attorney. The two of you sit down and go, you know what? I'm going to release $5 million over here. But if you do
there you go. Yeah, very nice.
A set thing on the number of years, the year that kicks in will actually accidentally coincide to the roughest year in your marriage.
Right.
And you will have that roughest year. You know that. So, I mean, why complicate it?
That's true.
Yeah, and you can go in and change it anytime.
He's outright telling them, you will have that rough year in your marriage. You guys will be about to divorce. You are going to say, who is this person? Maybe I'm embellishing that a little bit. But what John Delony in the last video was saying was there was none of this. There was none of that nuance at all. It was just more about you don't trust her. The only thing that they said right was you guys should break up. I mean, whether that's right or not, but it was just all about why don't you trust her, bro?
But I think I like her being beyond suspicion with all of your friends and relatives, for that matter, her friends. And she also gets to hold up the hand to her crazies that come along.
Mm-hmm.
And go, look, it's William stuff. And then, now, having put the prenup in place, that's the legal move, then I would begin to run the relationship as if you own it all together.
That's the key right there. I think that's the key that makes it all.
This woman, by the way, has said nothing that like adds anything to this, by the way. Like her contribution to this is essentially, listen, guys, this whole thing is a metaphor of the prenup conversation. This is called the Dave Ramsey Show. This is the guy. This guy built the dang show. He owns the show. He's given this person a job. She gets to be here for some reason. The stuff she has said has been a far cry of substance and interest to what this man has said. Frankly, even John Delony and the other one. Could you imagine if she wanted to leave the company tomorrow and then said, Dave Ramsey, since I was hired on to your show that you built, I deserve half of the Dave Ramsey show, even though I only worked here for 4 years, even 10 years, even 20 years, it still wouldn't make sense. She gets her salary and what's appropriate to her. Now, unless she came in as a business partner from the beginning and helped do all this work to create the Dave Ramsey show to what it is today, maybe she would be entitled to that. But she's not. And it's the same thing when you're going into this joint enterprise called marriage, especially if it's a hypergamous one, where in this case, this guy's bringing $2 million and she's really not bringing much. It's pretty much negligible. She's pretty much coming on as an employee, which also brings us into the dowry conversation about how the dowry renders her respectable and not going there as a pauper. And you know what? I'm going to bring up another clip. I was going to save this, but it's just so freaking relevant. Man, it's right at the 39-minute mark. You know what? Screw it. I could just pull it up on the Google here. Ye old Google. This is from the Quiet Man. This is from the Quiet Man archive. Here it is, 1992, 40th. This is not going to be the best quality. The free one on YouTube will not let me show this. But you guys need to see this. Oh, man. Just trying to read the grid. It's right at 38 minutes. Okay, so this guy comes in. He wants a drink. He was talking to the main character who's interested in marrying her. And the main character's some American guy, and he's made his wealth in America, so he's like richer than all these people that have been living here back home in Ireland for him, okay? And frankly, he's willing to like marry her without a dowry, but it's so ingrained in their custom and tradition that you're not respectable if you're not coming with the dowry. You're going as a pauper or a beggar. And they literally use the word pauper in here. So she's going to ask if he inquired about her fortune. Her fortune is the dowry. Now let's watch, legends.
So good bargaining.
Don't worry, they'll get there. It's this guy has a heavy Irish accent, but it'll get better.
To resume. The party of the first part has instructed me to inquire before entering into formal negotiations.
Formal negotiations for the marriage.
Whether the party to the second part thinks kindly of the general idea, or in his own words, American.
In his own words, in American.
Yes, he wants to know if you go for it.
Yeah, are you willing to get married?
Go for it. And if you do, I'll speak to your brother.
Oh, that won't be easy.
And if you are willing to, then we will speak to your brother, who her father's not alive, so the brother is in charge of handing over the dowry.
Oh, as well I know it. He'd as soon put his clog of a fist in me teeth as bid me the time of the day.
Oh, now tell me, what did Sean, I mean the party of the first part, say about my fortune?
What did he say about my fortune? Did he inquire about the dowry amount? Okay.
He says he doesn't give it. He says it's a matter of complete indifference.
He says he's indifferent because he came from America and he believes in romantic love and he's got all this money and, you know, whatever. So this is the change in culture. This is the clash of the love match with the traditional system right here.
He did. He said he doesn't give it.
And she's surprised. She's like, what the hell's going on with this guy? What do you mean you're indifferent to the fortune? What marriage negotiations?
He says it's all momentum if you come in the clothes on your back.
He said it's okay if you come with the clothes on your back. Okay, so we got a lover boy over here. Now watch what she says.
Or without them, for that matter.
Or without them. Uh-oh. Is that what this is about?
Oh, he did he?
You could tell she has a little smile. She's like a little happy about it. That's what they're trying to show, right? Because they love each other. But then she has to, you know, then she switches back into cultural mode.
Well, a fine opinion he must have of me if he thinks I'd go to any man without a proper fortune.
See that? A fine opinion he must have of me if he thinks I would go to any man without a fortune. You see what I mean?
And this you may tell your Mr. Party of the first part, that when I wed, whatever's my own goes with me.
When I wed, whatever is my own goes with me. And she's going to go over the assets. We're going to see the dowry right now.
Get up, little man.
Your dowry, it's my right.
All right, here goes.
And all this furniture is mine. And I have china and linen and 50 pounds in gold.
All the furniture, all the china, all the linen, and 50 pounds in gold.
My father left me.
50 pounds in gold that her father left her.
And my mother's rings.
And my mother's rings.
Brooches and my grandmother's wedding.
And my grandmother's wedding
veil and her silver combs and book left me. And my mother's rings and brooches. The china and linen and 50 pounds in gold my father left me, and my mother's rings and brooches and my grandmother's wedding veil and her silver combs and buckles and 30 pounds odd in notes and silver I've earned this past 15 years.
You hear that? You hear that? Okay, so it's not just the father's money. I also like the scene because people are like, oh, it's the father's job. It's the father's job. No, it is not just the father's job. Yes, typically he's going to be the face of this deal here when the two families are talking. Yes, the father is working and has probably a bigger income than most, but the father's contribution is there. The mom's contribution is there. The grandmother's contribution is there. Her own contribution is there. She said she was working for 15 years. Did you guys hear that?
30 pounds odd. Veil and her silver combs and buckles and 30 pounds odd in notes and silver I've earned this past 15 years.
Let's go over it again because it sounds so beautiful. I just have to hear it one more time. Oh, gosh.
And all this furniture is mine. And I have china and linen and 50 pounds in gold my father left me and my mother's rings.
Hey, by the way, furniture is expensive. I'm sure plenty of you guys went out to buy, like, furniture, right? And, like, for most of us, it's going to be the cheaper IKEA stuff or Amazon stuff. But when you're looking at actual furniture, which is what's in this house, you know, made out of some good quality wood and all this kind of stuff, that's real money right there. That's thousands of dollars.
And brooches and my grandmother's wedding veil and her silver combs and buckles and 30 pounds odd in notes and silver I've earned this past 15 years.
Shout out to her. See, that's what a respectable fortune looks like right there. That's what a respectable marriage discussion looks like. Mm-hmm.
Which one of these?
What's the dowry situation?
Exactly.
Let's get down to brass tacks here.
Yep. This is it.
That's all.
And hold on, we're not done yet.
You're a well-propertied woman. I wouldn't mind marrying you myself.
Now this guy's like, oh, well, maybe you...
Where'd you leave the bottle?
And I'd have you tell him that I'm no pauper to be going to him in my shift.
I'm no pauper, and I'll have you tell him I'm no pauper to be going to him in my shift, just with the clothes that she's wearing, right? I'm not some beggar. My family's not sending me out as a beggar. We're a respectable family. We do marriage the proper way. See that? That's what a respectable bride-to-be looks like. Now she's pretty happy about that. This is where the romance comes in. Uh-oh. Anyways, yes, that was amazing. I do got to bring my grid back, though. Okay, where's my grid? All right, there we go. Let me just catch up with the chat. Make that big again. Okay, where are we at? American simps ruined the dowry and traditionalism. Absolutely, they did. And this entire movie, The Quiet Man, shout out to D'Augusta and D'Augusta's interlocutor. There was some podcast. It was a Spanish podcast D'Augusta was on. And the guy, one of the hosts from it, was like, hey, this was my mom's favorite movie. It reminds me of this movie called Quiet Man. And I was like, Quiet Man, I got to look into this. And it's I woke up at 2:30 a.m. last night, and I watched like 40 minutes of it, and I was up till like 5. And I was like, this is a good movie. So I still got to finish the movie. Anyways, man, I feel you. This injustice hurts, but stay strong and focus on yourself for a while. Shout out to Klaus. Trevor says Karen's like her is the reason why African American men are becoming passport bros. Where? Let me see Luke's comments. Luke says the court gives no F's about fault. Not at all. Yes, that's very true. It's crazy because it's like we know that, but then every time you realize what that means, it's kind of mind-blowing. Like every time I would see that, I'd be like, oh man, that wasn't a good deal. My ex committed adultery and walked away with the goods. I had the proof and they didn't care. Yeah, man. Oh man, I'm sorry about that, honestly. Now I get what they were talking about in the other comments. Yeah, dude, that's what no fault is. It's like, and what's crazy, man, is like people don't really fully understand it. What they think is that there's this kind of justice. Man, and I used to like see this all the time. Like a guy would go into court and he'd be on his soapbox, and then they think once they proved how immoral she was, like that was going to influence the court's decisions. And it was like, no, it has no bearing. It has no bearing on this. Maybe custody if they did something that can possibly endanger the kids, maybe. And even then, sometimes it could be a little questionable. But it's just about who makes what, what's the money, punch it into the calculator, and then that's what it is, you know? The lawyer looked me in the eye and said she could have a hate for how you comb your hair, and that's good enough. Oh man. Yes. There does not have to be any reason. Unilaterally, they'll just walk out. And I know you know that. I'm just going off about this because it's just like when you really think about that and you're just like, oh, wow. The marriage contract, I mean, I shouldn't even call it a contract because nowadays it's not a contract. It really isn't. The marriage deal we got going on here is so bad. Like, it's just the neutered version of what it used to be. And then guys are like, hey, this isn't a real marriage. Like, this is not how it's... This is a far cry from what it was. You know, at least in at fault, you had some chance. You know what I mean? And then they're like, why don't you want to get married? Don't you trust her? Mr. Pitt Law Bro is just my name. I is no lawyer, but I'm certain lead attorney meant the marriage contract itself in the law as the state's prenup. Okay. Got it. And probably the marriage contract as marriage certificate or license, binding you to the family code there. Luke Nielsen, I'm effing sorry, dog. This family court, divorce court system enrages me to no end. I feel you, man. Trevor, okay, got it. I think we made it back. Prekrasno. I wonder what that means. I'm gonna look that up. Prekrasno. Oh, it's a name. Prekrasno. Meaning. My bad. Prekrasno is a Russian word that translates to beautiful, wonderful, splendid, or lovely. In English, it's an adverb often used to describe something as being done in a beautiful way or to express that something is excellent or delightful. Oh yeah, I remembered how to say snake in Russian. It's zmia. Z-M-E-Y-A. Zmia. It's almost like, it's me, Mario. Zmia. It's me, Mario. Dan the Man says, watching this clip, I feel like there was an intentional movement to get rid of the dowry system and push the romantic love. Bro. Yes, man. That is what I've been trying to like. I feel like I'm kind of circling around something like that too. When I started reading about the dowry stuff, I couldn't help but think that also. And it's like, who was behind this? And that's where I think the big money stuff really comes in terms of like, you know, just stuff going on, like just joining like the EU or the EU expanding, or just the way our system works, wanting to get women in the workforce, changing property rights, all these kinds of things. I think there was a huge coordinated, there had to have been some kind of push to undo this. And the exchange is, well, you will become modernized and life will get better for you. That was the promise. But, you know, here we are. So, Dan the Man, I agree with you there. Absolutely. Shout out to you for that. Romantic love is a feminist brainwash. It's very much rooted in gynocentrism. Feminists really just took it to another level. Love has always been mixed with duty and responsibility. And I think you could say like marriage, you know, love, people might think you mean romantic love, but you mean like a familial love, you know, like a sense of love for your family and community and the people in your life. Giovanni, I think that's what you mean. Giovanni English, after hearing these Ramsey clips, I keep wondering to myself, what's the value in marriage, if any? See, this is why I had the chance doing the Dave Ramsey thing today. Like, I know I didn't want to chance it so much, but like these clips are just so like, oh, let me end the poll real quick. Should everybody get a prenup regardless of wealth? 89% says yes, 10% says no. I like that idea. Now listen, if both people got a decent kind of income or wealth or whatever, I can see not getting one, fine. But I think everybody getting one anyway, in some way kind of brings back the spirit of this old marriage contract, in the sense that you at least have to talk about this stuff instead of not talking about it and then just finding out what happens as you go. Shout out Giovanni for that. Thank you. Duty and responsibility. Luke Nielsen says, look up divorce in the Soviet Union. It is revealing on your note of pushing for reasons. Yeah. And I mean, you know, I know, okay, Soviet Union and communism, it's, if the government's going to take care of all this stuff, and all of this stuff is wrapped into how we view property and property exchange and transfer and ownership. And they had a very different model over there. which is not very popular over here. So, you know, okay, that's going to affect how they do marriage and things and all that, and alimony and child support and these kinds of things. If government daddy and government mommy is doing all that. Trevor. But Luke Nielsen, I do wonder what you mean by that. If that's kind of what you were getting at, I hope that's what it was. If not, feel free to let me know. Trevor says siphoning money from men to women is better for GDP. So the powers that be do everything they can to make sure that wealth transfer goes to women. Yeah, I think it's definitely a short-term way of doing things. Like short-term, things are going to go up. GDP is going to go up. Things are going to look good for a while. It's just unsustainable. It's I don't know. Maybe it's even kind of unnatural. I don't know if I can make that claim. But after a while, it's like you got people here, they got no land left to their name. It's a struggle to afford things. And, you know, and then it's like, okay, well, if you're going to split up things like that, then people have to come together and work together with a new set of expectations to make it work. And you can't really have that in traditional, quote unquote, traditional roles, whatever those are at this point. And have that mesh with this new system. So there's just a huge cluster of things going on. Luke says that was part of it, but it was also part of Marxism and the destruction of families. They needed people not in strong families, and thus made it easy for women to divorce. It follows. I see what you mean. Yeah. So in the sense of like, if you can't have these strong family units, then the government can have more easier control over people. If they can't coalesce into these big, strong families. Yeah, I agree with you on that. If they're constantly fighting or if they just can't build anything. All right, moving back in.
All good.
So in other words, if I were you, I'm going to talk to my wife before I make a big business move.
Mm-hmm. So that
okay. So here's where the back and forth of them starts.
In other words, if I were you, I'm going to talk to my wife before I make a big business move.
Mm-hmm. So that she's included. This
Absolutely,
is not
yeah.
just, hey, this is all my mountain over here.
See, she has said nothing important this whole time. She has contributed nothing other than like kind of piggybacking off what Dave Ramsey is saying.
No access. You
don't get to speak about this.
Yeah.
That's not what we're saying. We're saying
Right.
if this whole thing hits the wall, you don't get any of this.
Mm-hmm.
That's all we're saying. But
And he, look at her face. What is this? That's 518. Her face when he says that is like, wait a minute, that can't be right. You could tell she's not feeling this right now.
that's different than you don't get to speak over it because you want her to speak over it. Proverbs
Yeah,
31 is
absolutely.
who can find a virtuous wife for her worth.
Sure, she could speak over it. You can hear her opinion, but you know, does that make her qualified? I don't think so. You know, to get 50% of this with no investment, you should blindly trust her. The gold pill. Dan the man, that's fantastic. You should just blindly trust her. Yeah, no thank you. Gold pill all the way. I mean, it's like, okay, that clip we just watched from The Quiet Man. Could you imagine if, I want to see those two react to that. What happens if those two react to that? The first line of defense is, well, you know, women work and so they make their own money. Okay. So yeah, so she doesn't need the dowry. She's working now. Okay, well now when we get to the topic of marriage, what does that mean for that topic of marriage then? That means she should be making a real material financial contribution then. So we're at least there then. Like these people are so ignorant to this. Like I only wonder what seeing a clip like that would do to them. They would be like, oh my gosh, you know, what do we make of that?
It's different than you don't get to speak over it.
Oh, my bad.
Is far above rubies. The heart of her husband safely trusts her, and he will have no lack of gain. I have made more money and built more wealth while listening carefully to my wife who has a
Here comes the gynocentrism.
home ec degree.
You know, like, how does this even make intuitive sense? Like, I've made more money in this business and my wife just has a home ec degree. Like that, it can, you know, that's a bit of the simping. Whatever. Okay, shout out to you, man. You love your wife. Good for you, man. You know what I mean? You could take people's opinions. You could, the executive team will listen to the staff's opinions on things, to get information and things, and maybe bounce some stuff around. How this goes into ownership and division of assets is another story, though.
And unbelievable hillbilly wisdom.
Now let me ask another question on your behalf. So your business is worth $7 million now.
$7 million.
Prenup is only covering the current value.
No, it would cover the ownership of the business. Period. Regardless of what it becomes.
Oh, that's crazy.
See, she's not even like that informed on how, and she thinks it's crazy. Listen to this, guys. Listen to this.
The current value.
No, it would cover the ownership of the business. Period. Regardless of what it becomes.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's the way I would build it.
See,
you can word it that way.
Because she thinks it's so unfair. She thinks just by virtue of being the wife, you suddenly get to have a stake in this. No, you do not. Especially if you brought nothing yourself to the marriage.
Your dowry, it's my right.
It seemed like, yeah. All right, move in.
Dollar amount on it.
That's interesting though, because if they get married and now she's speaking into the business is growing, and she still is not. I'm not gonna lie, that's a tough one for me.
See, she can't handle it. She can't handle it. And then a year later, she has a conversation with John Delony, basically the same thing, and she has not changed her mind. And she has Dave Ramsey explaining this to her.
She is completely. I'll help you. She's completely benefiting.
Mm-hmm.
If this business is worth 14,
she's completely benefiting.
They get married, and now she's speaking into the business is growing, and she still is not. I'm not gonna lie, that's a tough one for me.
Okay, let me tell you. She is completely. I'll help you. She's completely benefiting.
Mm-hmm.
If this business is worth $14 million later instead of $7 million, she's going to be eating off that table.
This is how the dowry system worked too. The dowry is the wife's assets. It's her property being taken with her into the marriage. Now, that does by virtue of being married to somebody with assets and wealth, that benefits you as far as day-to-day life goes and things like that. But that's not good enough for her. She wants ownership of it. She wants to be able to walk away with half of that at a drop of the hat. He's like, no, you benefit from that. You don't own it, but it's worth $14 million now. You're going to be living in a better house. You're going to be eating better. Your kids are going to have better clothes and going to better schools. You are benefiting from it.
Right.
She gets to fly in that airplane.
But if something happens, even the growth is no longer up for debate.
But again,
I don't even know what she said there. Like that, was that even like, but if something happens, growth is no longer up for debate. What do you mean?
Even the growth is
like she's just tripping. She's tripping big time right now.
No longer up for debate.
But again, he can go back and rechange that later.
He can.
And
so
if he looked up,
it's so tough. No, it's pretty straightforward. Actually, you're just used to screwing people over on this deal, and we're getting real tired of it.
Said, look, the reason this business went from $7 million to $25 million is she has really contributed.
Yeah.
Then you could just remove some of the prenup.
That is true.
Yeah, if she really contributed, you can remove some of it. See, and I appreciate this conversation about prenups because it's giving us an understanding of how that works or the different things you can do. I think even my understanding, most people's understandings, is just like, oh, it means you get nothing. But there is a level of nuance and subtlety, and that's one thing I learned from James Sexton, is that you can. You guys can go in and renegotiate this and change stuff, just like you can adjust a will.
That is true. That's true.
See, she doesn't know. She's just tripping. She's just tripping big time right now. She's just like, she's like,
I'm going to run it as I'm going to run your relationship and your household and all of your business decisions as if she was there when it all began.
Yeah.
And this is my child bride wife that we got married when we were whatever.
Don't say
little
child
baby
bride.
Children's. I mean, like Sharon and I got married at 22. We were like baby children.
That's Sam and I too. Yeah.
And so we were little children's children. So we got, we were both dumber than a rock. And so
they both built the business together. If that's really the case with him, then shout out to him and shout out to his wife too. But this guy coming in with $7 million, I think it was like $2 million. I don't know where she got 7 from. Oh, the worth of the business, I think, added on to that. And the other one's coming in with 0, then there should be a prenup.
True.
Threw the whole thing, crashed it, and then grew another one together.
Yeah, right.
And so there's no question about that.
Yeah.
She owns it. Matter of fact, she technically owns most of it. So, but
okay, yeah, that's the simping. That's the 75% coffee enjoyers talking about.
Yeah, but
The
point being,
existing.
I'm gonna run the relationship in a way that you don't lord over her assets or income. She completely participates in those, and so we have an income.
Okay, so that's their thing. The music's coming in. I don't want to get too hard. We're gonna look at the comments now. Let me just see what you guys are saying, and then we'll go into the comments there. Let me just get the grid off. Shout out to Mr. Pitt for creating this amazing grid. This has gotten us very far in our discussion today. Look up. Oh, okay, saw that. I made 3 more. Okay, I saw the AI images. Klaus says, but the GDP will tank if too many men figure out what happens and tap out of the game. No family, no reason to hustle or work the second job. Yeah, and this is how it's short term fundamentally. Man, coffee enjoyer always makes me want to get a coffee. Good convo here. Man, thank you. That means a lot, coffee enjoyer. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm glad you're enjoying your coffee and the conversation. Labro says, yes. I was referring to familial love. Yes. Most people grew to love their husband, wife in past societies. Yep. The romance developed in marriages. There wasn't always time for it to develop prior to. Yeah, that is how it was. I agree with you. There was a kind of mutual respect that developed into a very strong familial love. I believe that to be true. Coffee enjoyer, her existence is obviously enough, Shah. Have you no heart? At a certain point, does it even matter how much you make if the amount lost in divorce is likely to be proportional anyways? Not sure I entirely understand your question. For me, the way I see that, it's how much you make compared to the other party's income. So it's the proportion compared with the other. So it could be even, it could be higher or lower. Now, family law is going to come in there and you guys are both just going to lose a lot of money. If she's not making anything, it's just going to be you losing a lot of money because you'll have to pay her attorney's fees and stuff too. Luke Nielsen says, worst advice ever, except the prenup. Yeah, I hear you on that. Labro says, if she's adding to the business, most women don't do a damn thing to help. Bro, yes, this is literally the metaphor. This is the Dave Ramsey show. She's sitting here at the desk with him. I'm not saying they're husband and wife. I'm just using this as a kind of symbolism or metaphor for what they're talking about, which is this prenup or no prenup when it comes to the husband and wife. This guy built the show. I heard him on the radio every day when I used to drive home from child support. I was about to say chocolate support. I think I'm getting a little hungry. So it's just like he built the business. I never heard this lady's voice next to him when I was listening to the radio show, driving home, and he was talking to Collins and all that stuff. This lady is here now for whatever reason, okay? And this guy, even in the conversation, had everything to say. This guy was we could have did this whole clip without this woman. Like, to be completely frank, she really didn't add anything except like trying to look for an excuse to talk. Maybe that's a little harsh, and I'm sorry. All right? I don't mean it to be that bad. But all I'm saying is that what she's entitled to is her salary that this guy pays, who's entitled to the profits, frankly. Now, unless she was with him in the beginning or as an investor that, injected a huge amount of cash into this, then that's a different story. But that's not the case. Let me just get back here. If she's adding to the business, most women don't do a dang thing to help grow their husband's business. It's an exceptional woman that actually helps and makes the husband's business a family one. Yeah, and I mean, that used to be done with the dowry seed money that would go in there to help set up shop. This guy demonstrates that he, is working a trade, or whatever it happens to be, and, a craftsman. And they're like, okay, this guy has trained. He trained. You know what I mean? Oh, I just found the freaking thing I was looking for from that German paper. I had to look up the word craftsman. All right. Right here. Of course, not everyone discussed the money aspect so openly. Those from good homes avoided such scenes. They're just talking. This is the Schmucker case. After the Schmucker case, I mean, that was an exceptional one. Such people might have chosen less direct methods, but the intent was nonetheless the same. Oh, sorry, guys. I know it's a little tougher to see because I'm in the way. Anyone... How do I get rid of Control F? Go away. Oh, bollocks to it. Sorry, guys. Anyone who was comfortable financially could afford to sneer at this materialistic way of thinking and behaving. That's what the American Irish guy does. However, in a time when for a woman, marriage was the only appropriate socially accepted means for securing a livelihood and existing, and when a sizable dowry was essential for a craftsman to be able to open up a business and guaranteed solvency, borrowing power to a young businessman, and in a time when the additional money from a dowry provided a welcome supplement to a civil servant's modest salary, the weight of the purse was clearly very important. While those from the upper classes focused their interest on hundreds and thousands, the lower classes fixed theirs on pennies. But everybody was still doing it. The lower class, otherwise, it would be very difficult to explain the only minor differences in financial assets between husband and wife. That's fundamental, particularly among factory workers. Even the workers paid strict attention to hierarchy within their own social class. A skilled worker would attempt to secure his superior social standing over an unskilled worker by marrying appropriately. So, you know, again, that's something that's just important. And it really shows how the community works together to keep the community strong. And how the businesses are developed in this. And, you know, then it changes with modernization. But yeah, in that case, you're dang right that husband has an obligation to his wife and to provide in this, and she's gonna stay home. That dowry money directly went to this this craftsman's shop and business and all these things. It seems like Ramsey is 75% simped. If something happens, easy. Don't divorce or cheat on your husband. This isn't friggin' rocket science. Accurate. I feel bad for her husband. Oh gosh. Yeah. You know, I didn't even think about that, but hopefully she's the breadwinner there, but it kind of doesn't seem like it from the way she's talking. The co-host is an idiot. Caesar, I mean, shout out to you. Somebody had to just kind of outright say it, you know, God forgive us. But you know, the craziest part is comparing this video to the last video we just watched. Dan the Man says, I feel bad for whoever is married to this co-host. For real, Caesar says, but he is probably a blue pill idiot too. Mr. Pitt said, skip the coffee and grab a yerba mate instead. Man, that does sound good. Nah, go scorched earth on this Karen. Should I buy stock in Trader Hose? I think it's still going up. I do agree. It seems like romantic love was a psyop by the wealthy to poison the well for everyone. It certainly did. And it certainly destroyed like the fabric of community in a way, because it made it about here's the thing, man. It went from community and family being embedded in that community and the community really working together between families to kind of pass this torch along here. Then it went to, well, it's about the couple and the marriage more so and about... My bad, man. I just need water. It's really my fault. Like, I woke up at 2:30 a.m. last night. I started thinking about the dowry. And let me open a window real quick. I'll be right back. Crap. Ah, the hell with it. Sorry about that. I just needed some air there. Yeah, where are we at? Give me a second. Yeah, it went from the community Then it went to the individual people getting married. That's what the Quiet Man is about, right? The happy ending is, look, the man and the wife, and they're in love, and they burn the dowry and everything. And then in more recent times, it went to individualism. Like, it's not even about the two people anymore. It went from community to the two people to nobody, even the husband and wife don't care about each other. And it's all completely just individual narcissism. So it's just a slow eroding of that. Hey, Mimi's here now. Shout out to Mimi. Yeah, so that's what happened. We're going to get to the 85K a year thing next, by the way. I actually invested in stocks of pet food industry. It's doing well. That's good to know. That's funny. Look up the black wife effect. What does that mean? Let me look that up. My bad, guys. I think I'm just lower energy tonight because I didn't sleep enough. Effect. The black wife effect is a social media trend, particularly on TikTok, that highlights the positive influence black women have on their partners, often in interracial relationships. That's interesting. It describes the tendency for non-black men to experience a glow-up or improvement in their lifestyle. So that's once you enter a relationship with a black woman and she does these things. She, with the glow-up, before and after pictures, beyond physical appearance. Okay, so you can kind of see some before and after. That's an interesting thing. That's kind of random. Post-millennial man says 85K a year is not good enough for Ramsey's crew to have a prenup. Yeah, we're about to find that out right now. These are the videos post-millman submitted. Sorry, guys. Let me just drink the honey that's in here. Oh. Klaus says, I did the investment more as a joke because of the cat lady stereotype, but it looks like the stereotype is correct. It's like individualism at any cost. At all costs, nothing is too selfish in theory once the Overton window reaches a certain point. Yes, that it really is. And you guys remember, we had that discussion about freedom, right? You remember a few weeks ago, we were discussing about how freedom interfaces with all this stuff and like how freedom, affects culture and how freedom can be like a corrosive acid on, people's on cultural values. Individualism and freedom are linked in this way. So it's like every season, it's like a new freedom, or it's like pushing on. So I want to, twerk on a McDonald's table now. All of a sudden, before it used to be about freedom of press and no, taxation without representation, and we don't want soldiers quartered in our houses, that kind of stuff. Freedom to own arms. But now it's a different kind of freedom has been, I don't want to use the word hijacked, but taken to be something else. You know what I mean? So yeah, individualism at any cost, and we know freedom costs. Nothing is too selfish in theory once the Overton window reaches a certain point. I actually really like that comment. It makes a lot of sense. Okay, I think I'm back in the zone, guys. Dan the Man says, I remember Tommy Sotomayor talking about something about that. Every and all principles are sacrificed at the altar of self-worship. Maybe I'm off base, but that really seems every and all principles are sacrificed at the yes, it is, bro. All values are destroyed in order to worship freedom. The sacred cow is freedom over here. I mean, I get it. You know what I mean? Like, it sounds weird to say that. Like, yes, people have their religions and spiritualities, but as Americans, culturally speaking, what seems to undergird the reason people are blowing off fireworks in July 4th is about freedom. So this freedom is like a blender, and it just eats everybody else's values because it all, takes a back seat to that. Maybe I'm off base, but that really seems what it comes down to at this point. I think, I agree with you there. Kyle Wells. Shout out to Kyle Wells. Ramsay is the guy who tells you that your wife picking out the office decor at your multi-million-dollar business constitutes an essential contribution and entitles her to a 50-50 division of assets. Yeah, exactly. Honey sweetener, very nice. Yeah, that is good. I needed it. I should have ate more before I did this. I used to keep like a little bread with like some like hazelnut spread on it, but I just been trying to eat strict. All I had was like a ribeye today with the corn on the cob. I was going to eat like some eggs after this. I might just do the TikTok video and then cut this at the 4-hour mark. Hopefully I make it to 4 hours. I don't know what happened. I was just kind of overtaken with it, but we're all right. We don't stop out here. All right. There's a lot of truth in what you're saying. Dan the Man says, though I am not black, I do notice that black women act differently when they marry a man that is not black. That probably goes into the code switching phenomena. I don't know if you ever heard of code switching. It's probably what it is. Mr. Pitt says, I think the Google Gemini summary was wrong. I remember it meaning the exact opposite. Oh, 85K, 55K USD is not enough to finance a decent 1-bedroom property in Australia. Dang, man. 55K over here, like USD isn't enough. 85K, you can do it if you're really diligent about saving, I think. Or if you move somewhere where it's a little bit cheaper. Where I'm at, it would ideally take 2 incomes. You would want to be, over 100K. 120K would be a lot better. And honestly, like that's even. Yeah, you're right. I would argue it has gotten to women more on average, but I think this also explains the hesitance for men wanting to join the military or become civil servants as well. What is the point, right? Yeah, I think that's a big factor too. I mean, listen, man, realistically, if guys aren't going to have a family or stuff or these kinds of things, then, most guys, I don't think they need that much or they're even going to want that much. And it's a struggle to want to motivate yourself to do all these extra things. It's like, well, this job I got and I'm making 75K. I could just stick with that or something, or whatever it happens to be. I got my CRT television back here and I got all these like retro games and DVDs. My buddy gave me the 1995 Super Mario Bros. Movie with I think it was like John Leguizamo. I watched that and it was fun, man. That was a good movie. What did that cost me? I got that TV for $40 at a 7-Eleven parking lot. You know what I mean? It's just like, yes, I agree. So when it comes to joining the military, there, unless it's a really good deal or you get drafted, I think I initially confused the black wife effect with something else. It sounded like something that like was completely different, like just like a wife, not even like ethnicity black. I was thinking something like, I don't know, like, oh, what's a black wife? Is that like some sort of like a ninja wife? Now I'm a little confused. Oh wait, never mind. Wanting to or not wanting to join is a more complex issue. I actually discourage young men from it right now, and there are valid other reasons I use. That's interesting. Yeah, I think a lot of it, obviously, okay, there's drafts, but shy of that, a lot of it's for career prospects, depending on where you're coming from, what your background is. Some people want to do it out of patriotism. Some people, it's like, if I do this, it will help me pay for college afterwards. I had a few buddies who did that. One of my high school buddies, he was in Iraq, and afterwards he came back. Then he went to college, and I think he does. He works. Is he a firefighter now? I think he's actually a firefighter now. He's a good man. So there's different incentives there. There is still some sort of ideal to be a good man and do those things. And do those services, but the societal reward structure for those things is not there anymore. Yeah, like you'll get the GI Bill and stuff, and there's different benefits, but like I'd say the patriotism aspect the motivation to do it for other stuff is probably different. You know what I mean? Especially if the barbarian's at the gate. But, you know, it's a tough subject because you don't know, I guess, until the time comes. A lot of people might talk a big game and then they're nowhere to be found. And then other people might, you just never know, you know. But I think overall, if people have been cast out from society and sort of demonized, then they might be less likely to want to, or at least feel motivated to. It has nothing to do with individualism, freedom, or selfishness. Are you talking about the army or reasons to not join it, Luke? Coffee Enjoyer says, so there is and will be more over time, a negative feedback loop at the societal scale. Okay, so moving here. So I do got a couple other ones. Millionaire husband is controlling. I kind of wanted to do this one because this is the wife who signed a prenup. And, you know, I got to look at the comments on this one first. Can't forget. Maybe we'll do this one at 6 minutes. I think I might skip this one. I want to highlight a lot of money for my husband. See, there's a ton of these. I probably won't even go into these. We're at 3 hours already. I want to do this one. The 85. So this is a 2-minute video, and then we're going to watch the Chisha Zed video, which is a 12-minute video. So Post-Millman sent this in, so I definitely want to do those. First and foremost, we will look at the comments here. Let me just get some more water. Okay. All right. If she's contributing to the business, she should have a role and a salary. Yeah, there you go. Not ownership. Sure, but not ownership. There you go. A role and salary is not worth even 1% of the business, let alone 50%, which is the point. See, the commenters on this one are going to get it because Dave Ramsey pretty much outlined it. Where this one, it's all about, like, you should run. And then she starts getting disrespectful and saying, girlfriend, you should just leave if you're listening to this. PPL say a man wanting a prenup is a red flag. I say a woman being mad or offended over the idea of a prenup is a bigger red flag. I had a male friend getting married and his fiance, who was rich, had to have a prenup to get married. Okay, so this guy was getting married to a rich woman and she wanted a prenup. When they went to do the paperwork and she found out he had over 15 times her net worth, she refused to sign. He definitely dodged a bullet. That's so funny. Meaning he did not marry her, correct? Not totally. She might have been from a rich family, but was maybe worth 40K on paper. The guy walks in having paid off his debts and rolled those payments and far more into investing. Now worth 600K before his 40th. If he had a good job that paid 150K, but he lived like it was 50K, he might just have 400K. Spouses get whacked over 100,000 insurance policies. 14 million, you keep that separate. That's kind of, wow. Maybe it's true, who knows? I mean, I see true crime stuff, which seems to be kind of like that. The writing is on the wall. She is considerably younger than he is. He has a lot of money, and she knows this. She gives him a hard time about a prenup and gaslight him, saying he loves his money more than her. This woman is a whole red flag. Definitely get a prenup. If she doesn't agree, don't marry her. End the relationship. Don't marry her. Don't cohabitate. Her saying you love money more than her is a red flag right there. She's already thinking of your money. Don't do it. These guys at least get it from 2 years ago. So happy my hubby and I got together as broke kids, LOL. He needs to keep his money and she needs a new man. So she's kind of sour on this. She's a little sour. He should definitely see a lawyer for advice. Not a bad idea. Okay, I agree with Jade here a bit. I would want her to sign a prenup where she does not get his original wealth, but the stuff they build together should be theirs. For example, she might quit her job and career in order to focus on his, and they build the company from 7 to 25 million. Well, then she'll have a role and a salary. Then after 10 years, he divorces her and she gets nothing, even after she gave up her career. Okay. I can understand a little bit about building wealth within the marriage. And, you know, that's a tough part about that there. But, you know, ultimately it has to do with the contribution from her and what that is. I have seen so many men build a business, get married, and then his wife decides, nah, I want to be with Chad, and they have to get divorced, and he loses half or more of what he built up. This is asinine to even think about marriage without a prenup. Yep. Everything you built before the relationship is yours. Everything you build after is ours. Okay. Why wouldn't it be everything we build together afterwards is ours? This is why a lot of modern men are terrified of marriage. Yes, I meant we build after. Thanks for fixing my grammar. Never sign a contract that incentivizes one party to break it, period. This is the world we live in today, and unless divorce laws change, this will apply. The easiest way to lose a hard-earned fortune is to get divorced. When a marriage ends, it turns into a financial negotiation. This is what we need at the beginning of marriage, by the way. The spouse that never had anything to begin with figures they can get a divorce and take half of what you worked for your entire life. Dave is saying, William, don't trust her, get a prenup. Then turns around and tells the fiance, trust William, he'll give you what's yours in a divorce. Why the double standard? There is no double standard, especially if the prenup has some amount. He even mentioned saying, listen, every year you're with me, you get an amount owed to you if a divorce does happen. But did they want to hear that part of the prenup? No, they didn't. Because like, this is such a like pea-brained understanding of how the deal is supposed to work anyways. My net worth was 10 times my partner's when we met. In Australia, you only need to live together for 9 months and you are considered married. Hey, this is what Trevor was telling us. In the eyes of the law, I explained to my partner that I was living with a chronic illness and did not know how long I could keep working for, so I would never jeopardize my future financial security for anyone because of this. He signed a prenup. I don't know why it doesn't show the whole comment. He signed a prenup. We called him a financial binding agreement here. All right, interesting. I did have to retire 8 years into our marriage. All right, enough of that. Maybe we'll get back to this one towards the end. I do want to do this one first while I have energy. I probably got enough for like an hour in me. Sorry, guys. I don't know what it is. I could probably put on an AI song and go get some food. Nah, we're all right. I think I can make it. All right, let's see what's going. I actually didn't watch this, so let's see what the deal here is. This is from Post Millman. Shout out to Post Millman.
$1,000. I'm sorry. Get off your high horse.
Yep.
I'm sorry, your little ego is so.
Oh my God. Okay, so it's just straight sign language. Shame, insults, guilt. Oh my God. I gotta find the original video to this. How do I make this full screen?
Inflated. You're not even making 6 figures, dude.
Been dating.
Wow, this is so crazy.
My boyfriend for about a year now, and we're starting to talk about marriage. He's Australian, and basically we were talking about finances, and he would want to keep them like completely separate. He earns like a little over double what I earn. He just bought his first house as well.
Okay.
And it concerns me. He also mentioned
bird hands, red flag.
Be wanting me to sign a prenup. And I just feel not secure maybe marrying and having kids with somebody who feels, you know, finances should be 100% separate.
You know what? Like then honestly, like just marriage is not for this woman. And you know, the more guys that get wise to this and reject the crap deal, they will have to come to the table eventually. They will, you know, and they will take a deal, but it needs to make sense. You know, this needs to go away right here.
We were talking about it last night, actually, and he was saying, well, I don't believe that it would be our money. You know,
you don't feel secure. Talk to your parents about a dowry. What does your inheritance bequest look like in the future? You got any idea about that?
If we were married, what I earn is like my money.
So it'd be his house, his money, and you just get the privilege of living there.
Oh God. Oh, here comes this guy. Oh, you just get the privilege of living there.
Under great. Is that what this future looks like?
Basically, I don't think he sees it that way, but
You guys are about to share a bed? You're going to have kids?
Okay, hold on a second. They've already been sharing a bed. So let's not make it seem like, you know, she's walking over there as a virgin or something. I mean, maybe, but no. They've been going out for a while.
And share genetics that are running around in front of you? Like you're sharing every other part of your life.
Yeah, except she's not bringing anything to this marriage. She's making half as much as this guy. This guy already bought the house. You know what I mean? Has she said how much she's contributing? All we got is that she makes half as much as this guy. Has she saved any money? Does she have any money in a bank account that's going to get commingled here into the funds like this house is gonna be, unless they do a financial binding agreement, which is what the Australians call a prenup, apparently.
And yet you have to Venmo him for Outback Steakhouse?
It's a business relationship, not a romantic. You know what I mean? Not a.
It's a business relationship, not a. There it is. There it is. The romance, the gynocentrism. We found it tonight. It's a business relationship, not like a romance. And then 2,500 years going back to ancient Athens with marriage contracts, it's been business. It's some kind of business in there somewhere. Let's.
And it's a business relationship, not a romantic. You know what I mean?
Not a romantic. So is that what romance means? Just throwing it all to the wind, you know, and then the light switch flips over a couple years later and it all goes down to hell?
Partnership.
And it causes financial.
Not a partnership.
Infidelity down the line.
And it causes.
Not a romantic. You know what I mean? Not a partnership.
And it causes financial infidelity down the line because you have no say or transparency into what he's doing with money.
Yeah, and likewise the other way. You know what I mean? It's like, get on her a bit. Figure out her finances. How much is she? That's why what you bring to the marriage really matters. Okay, there's this period where she's going to stay home with the kids. She needs to go in there and deal make. She's going in there as a beggar, as a pauper, to borrow the word from Quiet Man. You know, this guy's going to be expected to do everything. He wants a little bit of security to know she can't just walk out. He lives in a no-fault world, and they don't want to give it to him. But they don't want to ask her how much she saved. What are women doing if they're not saving for their marriage? I'm yelling so much tonight, I might pass out. I mean, I'm good. I'm not going to. I mean, God willing. But you know what I'm trying to say? I knew this subject was going to, you know, kind of do this to me a little bit. But it's like, what are you doing up until you get married if you're not saving for your marriage? This good woman over here, this blessed woman, you know, look at all this stuff. She's got furniture. She got stuff her grandma gave her. She worked for 15 years, probably since she was 10, saving money for her marriage that she's bringing. Over here, we got nothing. And it's just, you know.
He could have a spending addiction that you're totally unaware of because you don't see the account. You don't have access to the account.
Is he
You could see the account. You just don't own the account.
bringing in a lot of money?
Sorry, guys.
Have like millions of dollars in an account
here we go.
that he's bringing in?
No, he's making about 85, and he works.
Okay, all right. Hold on. Can we hold on?
I thought
hold
this
on,
guy
Shelby.
was like a multimillionaire.
Shelby, I thought he was making like I thought he was a surgeon. I thought he was making $500,000 to $600,000, and you're like, I'm making $150,000.
If they were talking about a surgeon, this same woman probably wouldn't even be like, all right, you know, well, it's romance. It's a bit. So all of a sudden, once it hits 500,000, now Dave Ramsey, shout out to him, he acknowledged it. But once it hits some specific number, it goes from romance to business again. So where's the line at? Where's the line at? You know, the blue light. Oh man, I think you're right. I think you're right. That's actually a good idea. Oh my God. Man, I'm sorry I missed so many chats. I'm gonna get back to those after I'm done yelling about this, but shout out to Caesar Quintana. Man, I still remember that chocolate sundae that I had when we met up, man, and I wish I had a chocolate sundae right now, even though I'm not supposed to be eating sugar, but it would be a huge pick-me-up. But that was a fantastic chocolate sundae. Shah, maybe the blue light is draining your energy. It could very well be. Thank you again for that donation. I saw base FCZ in there. So even if the finances are split, she's still saving money. It's crazy. I'm tweaking. She gets a free house for getting pounded out. Meanwhile, I'm paying a mortgage. She has no mortgage, so she can save $1,800 of her own check if she's with him. She's bugging. Yeah, I mean, that's a great point right there on its own. Imagine a world where a person can get a free house for having sex, something that pleasures her anyway, but it still isn't good enough. Jeez, yeah, exactly. Exactly. The man says, where is her dowry?
It's my right.
Exactly.
What's the dowry situation?
Exactly.
Let's get down to brass tacks here.
The feigned concern from this woman is honestly disgusting. That is a great freaking point right there. Like it is disgusting. Yo, dowry. It's my Uh-oh, I keep going to that one.
Your dowry. It's my right.
It's a trap. Bird hands off rip, damn. Great video. Now I'm mad as hell just from watching. What are we doing here? I know. This is insane. It's insane. Like, it's like the whole world's gone insane, man. Honestly. Like, honestly, man, I think what really did it to us was this clip right here. This is what they took from us, man. They took this from us. You know, I want it back.
I don't know. He's making $85,000. I'm sorry.
$85,000 is a decent income when she's making 40. It's not about it. If this guy was making, you know, $20 and she was making $3 and they wanted to get married, they should still have a discussion about this.
Off your high horse.
Yep.
I can't.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't. Well, I'm like,
Meanwhile, they're on the high horse.
I'm sorry, your little ego is so
Yeah.
inflated at 85. Like 85 is great. Listen, it's
like,
great.
Hey, babe, let me handle it. I'm the breadwinner here.
I know.
Man, this is disgusting.
You know what? What
You're
happens
not
if
even making six figures, dude. Like,
what happens
I
if you
can't.
make more than him? Then do you get control of the board?
Well, that's been a lot of my.
Well, if they got a prenup and she makes more than him, then great. You know, the point is they're supposed to be working together. The dowry, anyways, was a separate thing, depending on what they put in the contract. But it's her property versus what his is. You get married. By virtue of getting married, it's all part of the conjugal estate now. So you guys can make moves, have discussions, and figure out what to do. This thing we do nowadays where everything just gets merged together as a mishmash, all based off of some romantic, gynocentric notion, is got to get flushed down the drain.
Issue because I've told him, you know, if this is how we entered a marriage, at some point, because of some other circumstances, I could see maybe in the future I may earn more. His job is very physical. If he loses it, that's kind of it's going to be an issue. And if I do earn more later on and you have an issue, I'm going to feel like
good. Then earn more and then you can contribute more like he's doing now. What's wrong with that?
Well, I hope you figure it out because that's how you treated me.
He's not saying hope you figure it out. He's saying, hey, come live in my house that I'm paying for. I make more than your, whatever you're making right now. I'm buying stuff. I'm paying the bills. I'm doing this stuff. I don't want you to be able to pull the damn ripcord and take half of this for no fault of my own, quite literally. If she starts making more money and he's disabled, then she's contributing more. And their prenup should be made in a way that saves both of them from this thing.
And that's not the mindset I'm wanting to go
Yeah.
to.
Either
And
way,
you're
the
already
relationship
going
is
into-
ruined.
And you're already going into scorekeeping. Like even that scenario.
Yeah.
And you're not even married yet. You know what I mean?
Oh my God. That was disgusting, guys. That was disgusting. That was truly disgusting. I'm not sure what Shisha Zed's going to say about this. I think he could be a little bit of a trad con. I've listened to some of his stuff, but he's kind of red-pilled. I don't know. So that'll be interesting. Post-Millennial Man gave it. Shout out to Post-Millennial Man for this fantastic clip. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the reminder on the blue light glasses there. Caesar Quintana needed that. Let me just see if I can hit some of these chats real quick. The whole framing of this is ridiculous. Yeah, every woman should have a top 5% guy, and every guy should be shamed for not being in the top 5%. Man, this is something that, like, and I think this is pervasive in the manosphere. The manosphere, especially like red pill gurus and stuff, almost worship hypergamy. You know, like hypergamy is the sacred cow in the manosphere that I think we need to focus on and dismantle. I think the dowry discussion, the gold pill discussion, does a good job of pointing out how hypergamy is actually not normal and is not supposed to be okay. You know what I mean? And it's just like the man pays and this and provides and all, and then otherwise she's not attracted to you if you don't do these things. Like we need to start thinking about this conversation a little bit more. Romance used to be considered a mental disorder. It should be again. Yeah, absolutely. Geez, I wonder why people are getting along and staying together. Such a mystery. Geez, I wonder why people aren't getting along and staying together. Such a mystery. Exactly. Most people can't bear the thought of a girl leaving a relationship with what she walked into with. They don't have the stomach. Exactly.
Do you have the stomach?
Exactly. Honestly, man, we need this one today, man. Where the hell is it?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch. Cut that bitch off.
Honestly, man, a lot of these folks, that we're seeing here tonight. I gotta use that. Do you have the stomach sound effect a little bit more? And Reverend X, the victimhood twisting of the narrative is disgusting. Yes, that it is disgusting. And you know what, man? The good thing about the prenup conversation is it brings that disgustingness out early on when it's better for you to see that. This disgustingness lives there like worms in their guts. And when the time for the divorce happens, that's when you're going to see the disgustingness. The disgustingness is always there from the beginning. This conversation forces it out, at least. I like this. I like that situation to confront that. Thank God this Australian legend had a conversation with her about that. He just unmasked the whole thing. Settling. Shout out Andrew Barwell. Exactly. Settling. Coffee Enjoyer says, obviously try to make more as a man, but the percentages don't lie. Yep. The making more as a man, that works best with the dowry style arrangement. It does, because then it's just like, she came with this. This is the seed money for the household. It's your job to sprout now. It's crazy, man. Like, everything is so backwards. You got to be an overnight success before, getting married nowadays. It used to be she comes with the dowry. That's the seed money. They pour that over you. They water you. They give you sunlight, fertilizer that grows the man into this good worker, provider, craftsman, whatever it's going to be. He pays that back, taking care of her and the kids, maybe even some for her family a little bit. Who knows? Maybe not, whatever it was. And that's how it worked. Instead, it's like, screw you, young man. Nobody's going to help you. Nobody cares. That's the reality that we're in right now. If you can't make enough to pay for the house and do all this stuff, then screw you. No, don't dare ask for a prenup, even though you went through all this crap to finally make all this money. And now you're thinking about this. We don't want you to have any protections because, we got to keep the door open and have 1 foot out if that's the case, compared to how they used to do it, which is like, you guys get married earlier. Here comes this infusion of material wealth. You use that to become, to grow into yourself. And then when you grow into yourself, it's your obligation to take care of, the wife and kids now and all that stuff. But no, it's upside down. Shisha Zed is based. Awesome. Well, we're about to listen to his stuff. 3 hours, 27 minutes. I think after the Shisha Zed, I might wind down. But we'll get through it. Man, I really want to see that TikTok, the comments on that TikTok. Damn it, but I'm not logged in. Oh, man. Let me see if I can pull that up. Okay. I can see the comments. You don't need to make 6 figures to want to protect your money and your property. Oh, well, at least they understand. Am I signed in? No, I'm not signed in. So we're salary shaming now? I'm so glad they're calling her out there. Doesn't matter. He is protecting his money. Yes. And he's bringing more than her. I didn't know which way the comments were going to go. I'm not on TikTok a lot, to be honest. Yeah, but I'm glad that they're seeing it. Doesn't matter. He is protecting his money. He's in the wrong, but Rachel's libtard feminist really came out here. Yep. If it's so little, then why is the prenup a problem? Fantastic question. Fantastic question. People, the prenup isn't the issue here. Everyone should have a prenup. Absolutely. Thank you, Brooke. Just because he makes 80K doesn't mean he doesn't have assets. Yeah, and that was the big thing we didn't know. We know he has a house. We don't know what else he has. So that's another thing. The fact that he makes 85K is even more reason for him to get her to sign a prenup. Losing half hurts a lot more when he only makes 85K. Every man should get a prenup 100%. Thank you. Yep, absolutely. He's 100% right. Prenup. Sign the prenup. Man, see, this is a similar story. You remember the comment from my Pearl, like from the short where I was on with Pearl and the story about the Greek guy, right? And then when he brought that woman home, that hippie woman, and his parents were like, what does your dowry look like? And, you know, nothing, essentially. And they cut that marriage off, basically. And then that same woman got married to some other guy he worked his whole life, and then she divorced him, basically. And it was tough for them and the kids. It's this prenup conversation brought that out. It brought that spirit out, you know? So that's a very interesting and important thing. Prenups in this age are highly recommended. Divorce rates are very high and you need to financially protect yourself. Buddy makes double, bought a house, probably has other assets. Prenup it up. Prenup it up. I like that. Every marriage has a prenup. The problem is most are written by the state. There you go. Yeah, I think Mr. Pitt or somebody was mentioning that earlier. Child of a millionaire, by the way. Prenup is fine, but combined finances is a must. This is why I can't watch Ramsey. They pretend like men aren't getting destroyed by divorce. Okay, well, hey, at least the comments got it. We'll move on to Chisha Zed over here. He's married with the prenup. Chisha Zed? That's good. That's good. It's just a large-scale solution for every man to be percent. Yeah, this is all flawed, exactly. Shah, in a way, they become the top percent guy is a great grift because by its very nature, the problem will never be solved based on the raw numbers. No, it's selling a hope and a dream. Some people, yes, can do that. But when you're looking at this from a holistic perspective, no, most people aren't going to do that, very obviously. And you need most people to keep society running. So there has to be some kind of deal. You have to look at this in a way that makes sense. Everyone needed to pair bond earlier. Shout out Andrew Barwell. So it's an infinite grift, basically. Yep, nailed it. I've yelled about that narrative before. Base ZZ, hypergamy is goofy. You are correct. God forbid feminists change the world to make women work, but still have them think men should pay for everything. Make it make sense. Exactly. The thing is, most women want to grow and provide for their family and leave them with a legacy. Or most men, excuse me. Yes, most men, absolutely. I think women are going to need men within the next 5 years. Well, I mean, looking at this economy and inflation and these interest rates, Luke Nielsen, but they're kneecapped and upended by a really bad contract that can quite literally destroy everything because the neurotic partner can walk and cash out selfishly. Yep, there goes the whole generational wealth right down the family court toilet. Dan the Man says, honestly, now you are reading those TikTok comments, it gives me a little bit of hope that people can see past the craziness. Yes. Hypergamy may be a natural response to signals we recognize unconsciously. I would say it's an exploitation of biology based off of kind of the technology that we have. And JP with the $9.99. Thank you, sir. JP says, Lamau, this is crazy work. Can you hit me with the stomach sound effect?
Do you have the stomach to watch a girl that you really love? Do you have the stomach?
Man, shout out to Coach for that sound effect. And Mr. Pitt, thanks for getting me that. That shit in the Hall of Fame of soundboards. Hope your night been going smooth. Thank you, man. We've been having a fun night tonight. I think we're covering good stuff tonight. I'm a little like grateful I chose this topic, so this and the inheritance stuff, and we're having a little bit of fun. I think this one is worth it. Thank you, JP, again. That's very generous, sir. I do appreciate that. Another shout out just for you, man. Do you have the stomach?
Do you have the stomach to watch a girl that you really love? Do you have the stomach?
A mere 160 years after the fact, white men in America are realizing that the Emancipation Proclamation actually applied to them as well and are liberating themselves from the cotton tampon plantation. I mean, when it comes to like plantation, the tradcons are always trying to get men back onto this. That was like when they came into the manosphere and really started hijacking it. It's men were leaving the plantation of paying for everybody's everything. And they came in with their version of masculinity is another important discussion. Hypergamy is one. Masculinity is another one, because tradcons come in and they do such a good job of saying, hey, this is what your masculinity is, and this is what you need to live by, and you should be ashamed of yourself if you're not doing it, if you think about your own interests in a way. So there is this war for masculinity there as well, and they're trying to keep men in this kind of utility-based position. But they, are doing a bad job of pushing back, on the other end of that equation, or expecting women to bring more to the table. It's still fundamentally gynocentrist, even if they argue with feminists and things like that. Thank you, Kyle Wells. Giovanni English says, couldn't be boss. Free agent lifestyle for life. For life. Absolutely. Shout out to Coach. Bay says, here's where it's even worse, Shah. High value males statistically have the least kids. Interesting. That's interesting. So the grift is even worse because it's just about having sex, not having a family. Yes, that point right there is something we've brought up before. It's focused fundamentally on the short-term aspect of this whole thing. It doesn't touch family creation. Oh my God, you just reminded me of something. Let me see if I can bring it up. Oh man, let me see if I can bring it up. I was watching a little bit of like, oh man, I don't know if I'm going to have it. The only problem is like, I just don't remember. Oh, you know what? Actually, I think I can. It was the last Access Vegas episode. And it was about 2 hours in. It's not like that they did anything particular, but it's like anytime there's this conversation of high value man, there's always this conversation about high value man will date. They don't mind dating the Starbucks barista. But it's not about marrying, right? It's about dating. Men don't care. Men don't care about that. But it's like, no, actually, when it comes to marriage, men did care about that for a long time. Let me see if I have it here. I do a lot of reposts. And I quote tweeted it, basically saying men did care. Here it is right here. This right here. Men don't care about a woman's job, not even a little. We would date a sweet, loving McDonald's bathroom cleaner over a stressed boss babe CEO. Telling women their jobs matter to men is the biggest lie in feminist history. The more successful the gal, the less male options she has. On the one hand, okay, I could see as far as jobs versus dowries, but marrying a woman with nothing is contrary to what we've seen here. You know what I mean? So it's like men will date this to smash. The high value man will smash that, but he does not want to marry that, And I responded, I said, if men don't care about a woman's job, they should at least care about her father's job, unless they want to take a beggar as a wife. And that's what we saw. That's what we saw in here when we watched this clip today. Men, for most of civilized history, have cared about what wealth a woman brings to a marriage. Even her father himself wouldn't dare give his daughter in marriage as a penniless beggar. That's what we saw her. Even she herself has enough respect for herself to say, wait a minute, you know, the so-called manosphere seems to worship hypergamy like a sacred cow. And then this is shout out to Peter Wright for providing this newspaper clipping. Then I put this. It matters not, dear father. No one knew of my engagement with Charles but ourselves. But dear father, Charles never cared for the dowry. This is the new romantic love seeping in. He said he never would take it from you. Andrew, I see your super chat. I'm going to get to you right after this. He said he never would take it from you. Does he think I would give him a penniless daughter to wife? This is the father. Absolutely not. This is a shameful thing. You should be, if you have a daughter and you're not saving for her and you want her to get married and live this traditional life and you're not saving anything for her marriage, like that's the most reprehensible thing you could do. That's like a huge shame. You should be ashamed. That's disgusting. You would be like, what kind of a father am I? He is so rich, dear father, and then he loved me before he knew anything about my condition or prospects. This is the romantic love. This is what the father says. The father says, a romantic love? One that last night's fire burned quickly out. You may be sure. You will hear no more of him, nor do I wish you to hear more of him. I am not so lost to pride as to give you to him as a beggar. He shall not have it to say that you brought him not a penny. That would be a whole shame on her side of the family, basically. He's going to be like, yeah, I'm the big man with my money, and I saved her on my, shining armor on my horse here. And it really is a shame on her family to say they gave their daughter over, that they married her off with nothing, basically, to this guy who had to save her from the dumps. He is too generous, dear father, but let us not talk about this subject. This evening, we will go to London and take pleasant rooms, and I dare say you will be happier than we ever have been. I will be with you and sing and play to you, and we will walk out together in the parks. Walk, yes, child, we shall have to walk now. Oh, my daughter, that you, the idol of my heart and my pride, for those tender feet, I thought the richest carpets of Persia too rough, that you should come to this. A beggar. Now, when I got done making that tweet, I started listening to this. And I can't remember. He showed a clip at the 2-hour mark. This one, right here. And the ensuing conversation afterward, like I just turned on my TV and I started listening to this, and they were having the same conversation. Men don't care about a woman's income. Men don't care about a woman's income. Podcast called Modern. Real quick, before I get there, Andrew Barwell, I just want to say thank you so much for the $13.99 Canadian. Shout out to you, sir. Hey, maybe you're one of the folks I met up in Canada. I was just in Canada last week. Did I meet you? I met a lot of people while I was there. Shout out to Andrew Barwell for the donation. Man, I really appreciated and loved Canada. And I had the best donuts on hold on a second. I had the second best cinnamon rolls I ever had in my life, aside from the homemade ones that I grew up with. Canada was amazing. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that donation. Folded hands. Got it. Thank you, sir. It was great, man. Oh, you're a first timer. Okay, so I didn't meet you in Canada. Because I know some of the folks I met in Canada followed my channel. I was like, oh, crap. Did I not remember somebody's name? I was about to feel embarrassed. But yeah, man, I God willing, someday I'd love to go see Canada again. It's a beautiful place and good people up there. Okay. So anyways, I moved from that tweet, and now I'm watching Access Vegas for like 5 minutes.
From Chris Williamson. He calls it the high heels effect, and that is the majority of women will not date a man shorter than them. Distinct of what they say, that dating apps show that majority of women will not date a guy shorter than them. Economically, women are getting taller every year, and men are getting shorter. When you hear people all the time say, I know all these wonderful, attractive, high-character women, and they can't find a man, they can find a man. They just can't find a man they want to mate with.
Okay. And, so what? That's okay? So it's okay when it's hypergamous from their side?
Because men aren't doing well. And as a result, there's a mismatch in attraction, and that is the pool of viable mates of horizontal and up for women who are doing well is shrinking. Because a woman who's a partner at a law firm isn't interested in dating a guy who's a high school dropout and is a mechanic and maybe making $60,000 a year, and she's making $600,000 a year. Whereas If a guy's making $600,000 a year and a woman in PR is making $60,000 a year and she's attractive, those are considered viable mates.
See, viable mates for smashing, not for marrying. That would not match what civilized human history has been doing. The high value man will smash 20 of those chicks in there or whatever, maybe at the same time, whatever. But as far as an actual respectable marriage goes, no, they are not viable.
See, I disagree with that. I think the guy's got to make more money than the chick.
See, and this is an interesting conversation also. I think another thing we need to think about is attraction separate from resource provisioning or money. And part of me thinks like Red Pill is so focused on almost paying for sex. It's like this prostitutive version of sex. And I know, genuine desire and all this kind of stuff. But it's like, if the guy needs to make more money than her, then he's leading with his money. And this is what is the ground for attraction between them. I think there's something there where we got to look at a little deeper and see, is that really true or not? Or is attraction and desire something that's separate from that specifically? I think we need to look at that more. Base FCZ says, God forbid women romantically love men after they become breadwinners. It takes me out that no one ever points out that money does the same thing, no matter whose hand it's in. Yes, that's true. That's true. I agree with that. Labro says men aren't doing well because in order for women to LARP, men were displaced. This guy is such a simp cuck. Absolutely. And then, are you going to call out the women? Okay, so they got the money in their hand. And so on the one hand, it's not natural for women to not want men that are below them. But it's natural for them to be, the quote unquote boss babe and all this other stuff. Why are we sitting here talking about that? You know what I mean? Wonderful people, terrible management, stifling regulation. Red Pill is focused on trading for sex. Exactly. And that's what the high value man dream is. The high value man dream rests on this idea of worshiping hypergamy because hypergamy, or the way they view it, makes it okay to pay for sex. Even if you're not paying to them like a prostitute, you're paying to them by signaling it with, hey, I have money. Even Andrew Tate puts up a tweet saying, if you don't have money, loyalty means nothing to women and they will leave you the minute the money's gone. So it's just like, what there's something that seems to be amiss here. Common Sensible says, this is boomer level thinking. I really don't like Scott. He is so half-assed and so out of touch while trying to seem like he isn't. He knows some things, but he pussyfoots around. Now, okay, let's just go into this real quick.
In fact, statistically speaking, he's got to make at least 60. He's got to make at least half again.
What the hell?
I disagree with that. I think the guy's got to make more money than the chick. She's got. In fact, statistically speaking, he's got to make at least 60. He's got to make at least half again what that woman is making
to one of your techs right now. Like, okay, so she said she'd give a blowjob to like one of the producers in the back.
Be a viable mate.
So let me fix what I said before. He's a clinical.
And what statistically speaking, he's got to make at least 60. He's got to make at least half again what that woman is making to be a viable mate.
So he's got to make at least twice as what she's making to be a viable mate.
Let me fix what I said before. He's
That's
a clinical.
according to him.
Professor of marketing at NYU. So he does deal a lot with economics. Mm-hmm. The reason why I brought that up is because he is on the he's a liberal. He's a Democrat, very much a supporter of during the Harris campaign. But he said women horizontal and up. Did you hear that part about that? Mm. That means a man on that side of the aisle is admitting that hypergamy is real. And this is a debate that we still have with people, this concept of hypergamy. It is real.
Both sides. Hypergamy is a thing exercised by both sides. Okay? And when you look at traditional marriage, like hypergamy, I think more formally, now if you look up the definition, it includes both marriage and dating. Though I think more formally, hypergamy was more about marrying into a higher social status group. Is it really hypergamous if you're just having sex with a higher status person, but you're not actually marrying them? If you're not actually marrying them, you are not inducted into the higher social status group. A pseudo way of doing that is trying to like do a baby trap and then getting some pseudo alimony through child support that way. That's one way. But really, hypergamy is about marrying into a higher social status group. Okay? Both sides are trying to do that. the women on the bride side's trying to do that by saying, okay, here's the dowry. They're trying to swing for the highest status groom, and they're trying to give as low a dowry amount as possible. It's a negotiation. Okay. On the other end, whatever income they're making, they're trying to get the biggest dowry. As the negotiation happens, this leads to a positive assertive match, which leads to an endogamous setup, which then undoes hypergamy. So hypergamy against hypergamy actually stops hypergamy. They're trying to get the biggest dowries. They're trying to get the higher status, higher income grooms. As the negotiation process happens, you get a positive assertive mating. He's sitting here talking about, oh, hypergamy is like we just found out hypergamy is real. Both parties have been exercising on a type of hypergamy, but it's in a system that cancels each other out.
Well, Rihanna was worth $400 million dating a billionaire. Like women, when they're rich, they want men who are even more rich than they are, right? Does that make sense?
Well, what's her name wanted the Brazilian jiu-jitsu instructor.
You guys had $1 billion. You want someone. How about you, Daisy? If you make a lot of money, you want someone who makes even more money than you.
Of course.
Daisy, could someone make as much money as you, or do they need to make more money than you?
Asking the literal escort right now, but whatever. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. I can't remember, but it's, there were ads and stuff.
I think they need to make more money.
Need to make more money?
Yes.
So, like, again, are we Corvette more money? Are we a Lamborghini more money? Or are we?
It's
Bugatti?
funny because this is literally mystery. This is the guy that's like featured in Neil Strauss' The Game, which is all about pickup. Which is about kind of exploiting these things or not really having the money in order to make this stuff happen.
Adding more money.
Like it went from pickup to suddenly you have to be a high value man because the pickup game wasn't working anymore.
Bugatti.
We're Bugatti money. That's money. Or
Oh
are we
my
Bugatti
God.
more money? Like, again, are we Corvette more money?
This reminds me of that scene in The Simpsons where like Bart says, I didn't do it on like the Krusty the Clown show. And then the next day he's in class and everybody's looking at him. They're like, Bart, say the line, Bart. And then he's like, I didn't do it. And everybody's like, ha, 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 because it's so funny, but he's getting like sick of it. Let me see. Bart, say the line. Right here.
Say the line, Bart. I didn't do it.
That's literally what this is right here. So do you want the Bugatti guy or do you want the Corvette guy?
I think they need to
And
make
she's like, Bugatti. And then they're like, yay, Bugatti.
more money.
Need to make more money?
Yes.
So, like, again, are we Corvette more money? Are we a Lamborghini more money? Or are we
Say the line, Daisy. Say the line.
Bugatti more money?
Bugatti.
Yay, we're Bugatti.
Bugatti money. That's where we gotta be. We understand? Okay, cool. So are we?
I mean, if you ask my honest opinion,
Yeah.
that's what I'm gonna say. But sometimes I do find other people attractive, not because
of their
how
mind.
successful. Yes.
Because of their mind.
Exactly. They might.
Not just because, I mean, yeah, personally, just because she's attracted to him or whatever. And it's almost like she's saying attraction is separate from the money thing, right? But they're like, oh, but the hypergamy and the hypergamy this. JP, thank you. Literally the perfect way to put it. Is that the Asian lady who tried to trap? Yes, bro. That is her. That's Daisy. That's the one that was pregnant, allegedly. Andrew Barwell says Christianity is the only ideology to end hypergamy. Short-lived, but we got a lot accomplished. I don't know if I'd agree with that. I mean, I think it's more so the marriage transaction system that does that. Cesar Quintana, anything that I think leads to a fair deal in the marriage would be a resolve of the hypergamy issue. Cesar Quintana says these guys consider hypergamy as the end-all be-all. Honestly, I kind of hate the word now. Yes, I know. I think that's another thing from the gold pill perspective, right? Because this dowry thing sheds a whole different light on hypergamy. But it's just something they throw around. So much of this aspect of the manosphere, which is pretty much like 95% of the manosphere, rests on this core fundamental principle of hypergamy. Bonobos do that, markets. Labro says that's not true, though. Most women settle and only care about what their simp husband can monetarily provide. That's why they have backup lovers and affair partners. Exactly. Any woman who even thinks she's competing with the top 1% of males is in denial. Their whole model is still centers the axe wound up in determining your value. Sorry, but that fell is extremely flat. A lot of the red pill guys, quote unquote, including Rollo, etc., are still simping. They are molding their life around women still. Yes, it's fundamentally gynocentric. That's true. It's a good point. That's why Paul Elam calls them out. Shout out to Paul Elam, and others like me call them PUA roaches. Anyways, yeah, I think that was, you kind of get the point here from this. I'm going to bring us into the Chisha Zed video. I know
the Dave Ramsey.
We're at 4 hours. Actually, it's pretty good. I feel like I got my energy back too. It's almost like you guys ever heard of runner's high? Maybe I hit streamer's high. Maybe there's such a thing as streamer's high. And then all of a sudden you can just stream for like 18 hours. Probably not healthy. Cesar Quintana says, seeing things through a gold pill lens. I'm starting to hate the word too. Yeah, this is how, like, I know what you're talking about, because sometimes, you'll see content, I'll watch some content on the feed, and it's the same thing over and over again. It's like, I'm sick of it. Like the red pill rage stuff, it's like, it's done. You know what I mean? And it's just the same old talking point is done. We have progressed past that. Shout out to the gold pill. Hypergamy equals excuse. If I saw that right. Okay, so yeah, let's move into this. Shout out to Chisa Zed.
Show benefits a lot of people for different reasons, right? They obviously provide value, but when it comes to relationships and what their expectations are for men versus modern women, you see that they're incredibly biased. This video highlights a couple where a man is asking the woman for a prenup, and just look at how the woman here reacts to the future husband requesting a prenup.
He's making $85,000. I'm sorry. Get off your high horse. Yep. I'm sorry, your little ego is so inflated. You're not even making six figures, dude.
I've been dating my boyfriend for about a year now, and we're starting to talk about marriage.
I know we kind of listened to the video already, but Post Millman sent this one in.
Marriage. He's Australian, and basically we were talking about finances, and he would want to keep them like completely separate. He earns like a little over double what I earn. He just bought his first house as well, and it concerns me. He also mentioned
you're gonna end up with a lot of subscribers. Thank you, Andrew, man. I appreciate that. Man. God willing, I really got to do better and make more content. I've been doing the once a week streams, but I want to make some standalone videos, which I used to do more of, and I haven't been doing. I have been doing a good job of collabing with people. I do have a couple more collabs coming down the line, so that's good because it's putting stuff in other spaces. But I got to do more on my own channel for sure. But I appreciate you saying that, man. That means a lot. Imagine if you could explain evolution to a lady. Cesar Quintana says, I was right, Shah. The blue light was draining your energy. Man, I think you were. Honestly, I think you were right. Like a long timeline.
Maybe wanting me to sign a prenup. And I just feel not secure maybe marrying and having kids with somebody who feels, finances should be 100% separate. So we were talking about it last night, actually, and he was saying, well, I don't...
The crazy thing is, it's like finances aren't like... It's not like they're not working together to figure things out. It's just about what happens at divorce.
That it would be our
Are they really separate? I mean, it's like, yes, okay, they're separate. You both have it, but you're working together to get the problem solved here.
If we were married, what I earn is like my money.
So it'd be his house, his money, and you just get the privilege of living there at a discounted rate. Is that what this future looks like?
Basically, I don't think he sees it that way, but
you guys are about to share a bed. You're going to have kids and share genetics that are running around in front of you. Like you're sharing every other part of your life.
And yet you have to Venmo him for Outback Steakhouse?
Oh my God, this guy just over there to support.
It's a business relationship, not a romantic, you know what I mean? Not a partnership.
No. Oh my God. Yeah. Oh, I mean, I already reacted to this once. I'm sorry. It's just, you watch it again.
This is insane. What does them wanting to have children together have to do with him wanting to keep finances separate? More importantly, him wanting a prenuptial agreement. I mean, she's saying you guys are going to share a bed together. What does that have to do with anything? Never, gentlemen, never, I don't care if it's Dave Ramsey's show or anybody else, never allow anybody else. Once your mind is made up and you know what you want out of life and value, don't allow emotional reactions or opinions of other people to steer you away from that and to get in the way of the logic you've placed behind the reason for your decisions. We don't know if this guy is entering a second marriage. We don't know any of that. We don't know what the prenup says.
Yeah, we don't know what assets he has or what the actual situation is, just his yearly income.
We don't know. It's up for negotiation.
And not to mention, you know, she mentioned he's Australian, and I don't know if she's moving to Australia. But, you know, it's his house. He owns a house, I believe. So she's probably moving to Australia. And iTrevor let us know that if you live together long enough, it's considered a marriage. So he's saying, hey, the government's going to see us like this. She wants to get married anyway. Maybe there's an immigration thing. And he wants to do this financial binding agreement, which is the prenup.
Can enter
it's a different law over there, too.
No, without
Different
agreeing
laws.
to the terms of that prenuptial agreement. But things get a lot worse.
It causes financial infidelity down the line because you have no say or transparency into what he's doing with money.
Mm-hmm.
He could have a spending addiction that you're totally unaware of because you don't see the account. You don't have access to.
She could have a spending addiction.
The account.
Is he bringing in a lot of money? Does he have like millions of dollars in an account that he's bringing in?
No.
Labro says, who cares if it's $85K? He earns double what she makes. That's definitely worth a prenup. What? Yeah, absolutely.
He's making about 85, and he works.
Okay, all right. Hold on. Can we?
I thought this guy was like a multimillionaire.
I know.
This is when the female host down there starts laughing at him for not being a millionaire and for asking for a prenuptial agreement. I mean, sure, he's not a millionaire, but he's in the top 12% of earners. That's still the top 12%. And there's no reason to justify this any other way than the fact that he wants to enter the type of marriage where his money is his money, your money is your money, and maybe they can have a bank account that can represent their community assets, right? Their community finances. And
it's just like, it's crazy how like if someone brings that up, it's automatically like the worst intentions assumed. And that in itself is kind of like the red flag. Like, I don't know. I'm sure there's plenty of them, but it's just like this prenup can be negotiated. The point is there needs to be a negotiation. Shadrach. Yo, shout out Shadrach, man. Great to see you in here, bro. Great to see you. Who owns the lion's share of consumer debt again? Who is usually not good with money? We're still moving in the wrong direction. Oh, yeah. If you're a man and anything close to 30, do not marry. Yeah, oh man. I have mentioned to others that they should look up your gold pill discussion. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. I like to sometimes post my discussions with Paul on Twitter. Like if I reply to somebody and they want to, you know, like if I ask them to like, you know, like which videos to know more. I think those ones are great discussions. But yeah, man, I appreciate that though, Luke, honestly.
You're allowed to do that. Another thing to keep in mind here is people get prenups for more than just asset protection.
It's like, God forbid you look out for your interest.
They also can get prenups for debt protection, the debt acquired during the marriage. Imagine going through a divorce and ending up responsible for your wife's debt. Do not let these chicks shame you, bro. And men like this who are just, you know, following along.
Wait, I thought he was making like I thought he was a surgeon. I thought he was making $500,000 to $600,000, and you're like, I'm making $150,000. I don't know. He's making $85,000.
See, this right there is the plantation whip.
I'm sorry. Get off your high horse. Yep. I can't. Oh, I can't. Well, I'm like, I'm sorry, you're little.
God forbid you look after, you know, your interest in this, especially if you're putting most of the money down. That's the main thing. The point is he's putting most of the contribution in here. Probably all of it, frankly, She hasn't even mentioned how much of her income would go to bills or anything like that.
Ego is so inflated.
I know
at
Base mentioned that she'll probably be saving her money.
85. Like 85 is great. Listen, it's
like,
great.
Hey, babe, let me handle it. I'm the breadwinner here.
So now they go off making fun of this guy for earning more than the average American is earning. If they're laughing at this man who's in the top 12% roughly, how do you think they'll treat a man who is an average earner, which is most of men out here? The Coffee Pot is backed by fathershaverights.com, indebted to making the hundreds of men who can't choose the expectations and boundaries within your relationship, how you want to handle things.
I love that he uses the word expectations and boundaries. Because they will throw that out, like, oh, well, it's okay to, express expectations and boundaries, especially when it's on the woman's side. But this is the man's expectations and boundaries. And he's just like, oh, whoa, how could you even say that? Just the fact of wanting a prenup shows financial responsibility. Yeah, it forces the discussion. The guy is coping hard to actually suggest the guy is more likely to be financially irresponsible. Yeah, where did he get that from? If anything, this guy, within the conversation itself, it's proven he's not financially irresponsible. He's got the job, he's making most of the money, and he's got a house. Yeah, unless I can look at everything and see, the guy is coping hard to actually suggest the guy is more likely to be financially responsible. Dave Ramsey's daughter had a fit. 80K is good money. Average wage in the U.S. is what? And this harpy and simp are crying the guy is trying to protect the wealth of his family. Yeah, exactly. Dave Ramsey's daughter's had a fit. 80K is good money. That's a good point. The guys, they just want the guys to take the L with no fuss. My money is my money. Your money is our money. Exactly. Is that Ramsey's daughter? I don't know if that's his daughter. It might just be some people they hired. You already have a prenup. The government decides it. Very true. She's a pizda. I got to look up what that means. I'd go further and use the word bliat. Oh, I know bliat. Suka bliat. Get off your high horse. Counter proposal. You first, lady. Exactly. So you're saying you're a pauper. Yep, there you go.
Your dowry, it's my right.
And you are indebted to making sure that if you have a woman who you plan to marry, that you have to split everything down the middle is old-time thinking. Things have changed, and the shaming tactics are not going to work any longer for a lot of men today.
You know what? What
You're
happens
not
if
even making six figures, dude? Like,
what happens if you make more than him? Then do you get control of the board?
Well, that's been a lot of my issue because I've told him, if
the prenup would then save her as well. I mean, I would like to think it would work the same way for both parties.
This is how we entered a marriage. At some point, because of some other circumstances, I could see maybe in the future I may earn more. His job is very physical. If he loses it, that's kind of it's going to be an issue. And if I do earn more later on and you have an issue, I'm going to feel like, well,
yeah, and it's going to suck if his job's very physical and then he has an issue physically and then you leave him because you don't want to stick with him, and then he loses, half of his house and everything else. What's the guarantee that she's going to stick around and some, get this high? What if I get this high earning income and then she's not going to leave while the leaving's good and then gets her high income? Rachel Cruz is his daughter. Okay, that's his daughter. Interesting. Wow. 56%. Mimi, what's up? Common Sensible, what happened to the Ramsey show? Just vain and shitting on men that are doing well. I find the P-worshipping boomer conservatives more insufferable at times than even radical feminists. She wants me to go hang out with her while she eats dinner. She has this thing where she likes me sitting next to her while she's eating, right? What's up, Mimi? Say hi to the people since you want to be here so badly, huh? You got stuff to say? All right, we'll go eat soon. She's my bud. Boomer conservatives more insufferable at times than even radical feminists. Yes, I agree with you there. Suka's literally bliat is much worse. I gotta look up what bliat means exactly. I just remember hearing that. It is promiscuous woman that isn't even elevated to the level of being compensated for services. What happens if you make more than him? This dude is currently making double the amount you make. What job are you going to get all of a sudden that's paying more than $85K? Good question. It appears Michaela. Yeah.
I hope you figure it out because that's
Yeah,
how
she
you
wants
treated
attention.
me, and that's not the mindset I'm wanting to go
Yeah,
to.
she's literally like biting me right now because she wants me to go walk over to her bowl.
Relationship is ruined.
But
And you're
she's got to
already
wait a
going into
half hour.
scorekeeping. Like even that scenario.
Yeah.
You're not even married yet. You know what I mean?
Crazy. Crazy. How do you guys think they would react if a woman wanted to sign a prenuptial agreement and she was with a man who she felt wasn't that financially responsible? See, they put everything on him. How do you know he has a spending problem? Obviously, the man is able to buy a house and his trajectory is going to most likely go up. When men get married, they tend to make more money. Let's read a few comments here. Top comment he reads, so we're salary shaming now? Here's somebody else who says, this is why I can't watch Ramsey. They pretend like men aren't getting destroyed by divorce. Oh, man, I love this comment so much. I think this is like one of the issues. I've seen this over and over again. There's a particular show with a particular guy who's just so biased when it comes to how he deals with like callers that call in, men versus women. Somebody else who says, maybe treat your wife better if you don't want a divorce. This is like the average Dave Ramsey female viewer.
Oh my God. Yeah. Well, maybe if you would just do date nights more, and if you would just, you know, put the kids to sleep and make sure the dishes are clean, and if you'd cook dinner sometimes and buy tickets to the, you know, whatever the heck the show is and this and that, and you would do surprise date nights. And if you would go and hang out and just cuddle with her without expecting sex, you know, and maybe, you know.
If something is wrong, it's most likely the man's fault. From what I've seen, they are the audience of happy wife, happy life. Again, this man is right. They pretend like men aren't getting destroyed by divorce. This is the same type of like, they'll term themselves as conservatives. I reacted to a chick not too long ago who was getting online saying, oh, I believe a man should provide and do this and do that and do that. And when she was asked, well, what should women do? What about all these women who don't have any of the characteristics that maybe their grandparents had because those are the relationships that they admire? She couldn't name off anything that a woman is expected to do. No authority for you, just expectations. This next comment here says, he's in the wrong, but Rachel's libtard feminists really came out here. How is he in the wrong?
Yeah, that's a good question. I didn't even notice that when I saw the comment. He's in the wrong. How is he in the wrong?
The wrong. This commenter here says, why is he wrong for wanting to protect himself and everything he's worked for? This person who says it's $85K, not $85 million. No one is coming for his money. So this.
But yet normal, you know, guys with that salary, and again, someone else made the point, one of the other comments about how getting run through the system with that kind of money, you lose a bigger percentage of your money to live on, to pay, you know, alimony and all these kinds of things. It's way more painful for those guys. So if anything, prenups for guys at that level make a lot of sense if they're going to play this game where she can just walk away.
This is the huge thing, right? If no one is coming for his money,
no fault.
If it doesn't matter, then why are you tripping about it?
Women do not work 2 jobs. 2 years, 50% will be out of work. Oh yes, the ever-moving goalpost, chore play, etc., and it still doesn't work. Studies show the more men perform for their wives, the more their wives find them repulsive and less manly. Don't do any unnecessary extra shite for women. Yeah, I mean, it's just going to push them away. It's not going to work. And, you know, guys know that. Like, at this point, with enough, you know, sharing of notes, they managed to figure it out. Being a simp and bending over backwards and, you know, putting her on a pedestal and letting her, you know, all that stuff just doesn't work. Divorce is not destroying men. It is destroying society. Very true. I think it's more insidious that you have to reach some theoretical dollar amount per year before you're allowed to even be allowed to argue for your own self. That's the biggest problem. We're like, oh, I thought he was some surgeon, $500,000-$600,000 a year or whatever. But it's like, okay, so where's the cutoff? What's the rule then? You know, is it just, oh, if it just sounds like a lot, like, oh, wow, that's not normal. You know what I mean? What's the cutoff?
Because to people who it really doesn't matter, then they wouldn't be making a big deal out of it. Somebody else here says you don't need to make six figures to want to protect your money and your properties. You do not. You do not. Guys, you can protect that house. Yes, they won't like it, but you can. And I understand. Like,
and you should. You know, sorry, I didn't have the screen up. But it's just like, listen, this whole thing, and it's almost weird to buy the house before the marriage. You know what I mean? Unless it's really going to be separate property. But it's like the house and all that stuff, maybe it's better to be looked at when you two decide to get married. Then you guys buy a house together. But he has a house already. So it's like she's going to move into this. She did not buy the house. She didn't mention anything about putting into the house. As Stephen Molyneux said, men do more housework than ever before, yet still it is not enough. Nothing is enough. They operate on feelings and short-term thinking. These P-worshippers have defied women. Yep. And, you know, and then sadly in the manosphere, hypergamy is this kind of sacred cow, which seems to feed into enabling this.
The average probably Dave Ramsey listener doesn't think like that, but millennials do. Yes, Gen Z is definitely signing more prenups, even in Canada. Check this out.
Look at that. Gen Z prefers prenups, modern love, modern rules. That's cool.
Good morning. Welcome back to Morning Live. Younger Canadians are placing a stronger emphasis on financial transparency and protection from the outset. Julia Fogarty is an associate lawyer joining us this morning on Morning Live. Good morning.
Thank you so much for having me, Rick. And you know what? I completely agree.
Yeah.
Gen Z are about 21% above the national average when it comes to prenuptial agreements.
What's interesting about that, too, is I wonder if that's because the woman's income difference. I wish I could see that broken up into what the income disparity looks like with these new Gen Z couples. If they're pretty much making around the same money, it would be interesting because that's probably also spurred on by the woman also, or if the woman's making more.
Listen to the horror stories. They're not going to pretend like they don't see the destruction that happens due to divorce.
Well, let's start from the ground floor. What is a prenuptial agreement?
All right, we're not going to get into that. This is also happening. I saw this video talking about how millennials are signing more prenups.
Millennials are getting married later than any other generation, and age isn't the only thing setting them apart. More are signing prenuptial agreements. Reporter Julia Fellow explains why many call it a no-brainer.
Simply put, more millennials not only want to keep what they've earned, but protect themselves from debt. It's not the most romantic thing to think about. A survey found that more than half of all matrimonial lawyers have seen an increase in millennial prenups. Family law attorney Greg Hildebrand explains why millennials may look at marriage different.
Millennials are looking at this like a business agreement more.
I think so. I think they're more sad.
It's so funny. It's almost like they don't understand like these terms like dowry and stuff like that, but it's almost signaling that it's moving away from the love match to something that is more business-like, or at least giving some sort of respect to that aspect of what is, this whole thing anyways, which was always fundamentally an aspect of marriage until we really went off the rails with romantic love.
They can see maybe what has happened with their older family members, aunts, uncles, parents, and maybe the conflict that occurred.
Hildebrand says the biggest reason millennials call him is to make crystal clear who pays off the debt.
Debt's harder to divide than assets are.
Interesting. So it sounds like debt's a big driver of this.
Bride-to-be Erin Lowry says that she signed her prenup because she owns a business, and her fiance has student debt they plan to pay off after their wedding.
But the way my lawyer put it, which I really love, is that everyone has a prenup. It's the law of your state. But by actually going through the process of signing one and creating one yourself, you're taking the power back.
Yeah. Listen, more and more people are not falling for getting involved, if they value marriage, of course, without protecting themselves in some form or fashion. And don't allow any amount of shaming coming from people laughing at you for being in the top 12% of earners to convince you that somehow because you marry somebody, you decide that you owe them half of your house. Somebody else who says, LOL, look how the woman reacts. Somebody responded back to that and says, facts.
Okay, I'm just going to skip that because we read through those comments. Let's just see what got here. If 85K is so insignificant, then why do you want access to half of it so badly? He bought a house. He doesn't want to be homeless if she divorces him. Exactly. I'm thanking the good Lord for 80K a year. Yeah, 80K is, even nowadays, 80K, you know, I guess you can't sit here and brag about it, but it's still good money. 80K is good money. He makes 80K a year. She makes 40. He owns a house. She doesn't, but they're clowning him because he is financially stable and wants to protect what he has. And one thing they did not mention was how much debt does she have? That's a great question. This is why the credit report is so important. If you're going to have the marriage discussion with somebody, you guys need to both put your credit reports out there, because the debt is such an important thing to see. The job is one thing, but the debt is fundamental, because some of it's just not good, you know. He earns more than double what I earn. She's making like 35K and they're making fun of his strong income. Diabolical work. 80K is enough for her to steal 40K from him. Laughing about 85K a year, that's 42 an hour. What am I missing? They shame the man who wants a prenup and comfort the women who want a divorce. That's all you need to know to assess the level of out-of-touch advice they're giving out. Yep. Shout out to that guy. I think that's really the comment we need to leave it on right there. Let me just catch up with the chat a bit. We're at 4 hours, 20 minutes. I think I'll probably call it. I'm just going to play some of the songs again just because I really need to eat something, guys. Just a little lower energy. So let me read some of these. Who marries a 37-year-old? Maybe they will learn. It is funny. Their example is a woman protecting her assets. That is seen as positive, of course. Yep. Exactly. Then it makes sense. That's a good point. I guess if you sign one, get a lawyer, please. Definitely. 80K, it's 110 here in Canada. It's not enough. That said, you're better than most. Yeah. It's the same here in California also. Like it's you can buy a house on an 85K income if you've saved enough for like a decade prior to that. You know, or maybe even a little less than a decade. But if you've saved like, you know, 100 grand to put down on the house, you can conceivably do it, but it's going to be a tight budget. So do not live with women unless you are raising children. Yeah. I mean, you know, I agree with that. If you guys are going to get married and do the family thing. Okay, Mimi. She's biting the hell out of me. All right. I think we had a chill streaming tonight, guys. Prenup is a good conversation. And the important thing about this is how it threads into things. You know, the will for an inheritance and prenups and marriage. And these things are related to each other. And you need to think about both of them as you're doing either of them. I think so. You know, especially when it comes to family creation and passing on the torch in a holistic sense. Oh, man. Grateful it's Saturday. I feel like I got some stuff to do tomorrow. Oh, yeah, that's right. I got to get some stuff printed out. Oh, man. But, yeah, we got good stuff coming up, man. I think I got some collabs, you know, with some folks. I'd like to get more standalone videos. I know I say that to you guys every week. But, you know, I want to make good on that. Great stream as always. Thank you, Giovanni, man. I appreciate that so much. Solid one says coffee enjoyer. Awesome, man. Thank you, sir. This was a fun conversation, especially in the context of gold pill dowry thinking. Very much so. So that's new, and how it relates with, you know, older marriage contracts and stuff. It was good to catch this. I'm glad you were here, Dan the man. I appreciated the AI. The AI art midstream, bro. That's tight, bro. I like that. Especially in the situations where we can't show the videos. Got exactly. The AI images were where it's at. Mr. Pitt, Dan the Man, I am posting the song soon. I just want to get one standalone video. Then I'm gonna post both this song and the country song at the same time with the artwork that you gave me. So it's coming, and I think about it like every day. I'm like, man, those guys are probably wondering why I haven't posted it yet. I just want to post another standalone, so it doesn't look like I just posted two random, like 2 songs. And what I'm going to do is all the AI songs that we make, I'm going to call it the Gold Pill album, track 1. Track 1's going to be Shah's Bold Endeavor. Track 2 is going to be Shoulda Listened to Shah. So as the AI songs roll in, we will get a Gold Pill album, and it'll be on a playlist on the channel that's public, basically. So we'll keep it moving that way. I'll play this. Oops, let me reload that just before we call it. So that's the plan for the music. Got the AI images rolling. W Stream, thank you. Great show. Have a good evening all. Yep. Everybody have a fantastic evening. Oh, man. What a couple of weeks. Man, Caesar, you were right, bro, about the blue light. I'm going to have to wear these glasses more often. W Stream, take care. Shah, thank you, iTrevor. I appreciate that.
Don't let love blind you, boy, don't be so. But I shook my head, laughed him away. Now look who's crying at the end of the day. Should've listened to Shah, he could see it so clear. Said get a dowry, son, while she's still here. But I gave her my all, now I'm left with regret. She rode off with everything, my heart's in debt.
My bad, I just have to take some folks back.
Dog won't even look me in the eye. She took him too when she said goodbye.
What about the other ones like the rap? Oh no, I got the rap or the pop. I'm gonna just put these first 2 up first, and then I'm gonna put the rap after. I think you did actually make me album cover for the rap too. Maybe I could just use that one. No, you did. Yeah. I'll put the 3 up then, and then we'll move in as we make the others. Because what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go into Adobe and I'm gonna add the image so that when you play the song, you can see the image the whole time. So it's not just the thumbnail. It's like I'm gonna thread it with the song, You can take your time posting those songs. You'll get around to doing it whenever you can. Let me know if you want me to do anything else for the channel. Man, thank you, sir. I appreciate that, honestly. I think, fundamentally I just need to get down and get these standalones going. But if I think of anything for sure, man, I'll let you know. And I appreciate all the help, man. I'm blessed to have you guys helping me. Absolutely. That makes it funner. Giovanni English says, I was daydreaming about a spouse and kids earlier today, and this stream Mitch slapped me back to reality. Hey, man, you know what? Don't give up on that dream. I'm not giving up either. If you find a deal that makes sense, man, take the deal. That's how I look at it too, So it's like, we could find that deal, man, that makes sense, The gold pill is focused on that, The negotiation. But I know the feeling. I will say I know the feeling. Oh, man. Gosh, man. I'm about to go eat some food right now. Guys, I hope everybody enjoys their Sunday, has a fantastic day, and has a great night tonight. If it's your daytime now, Klaus, I know it's already your day. I hope you have some fun out there. And I love hearing about you driving the Porsche and doing all these things. Please keep that up and have fun. I will see y'all next time. Take it easy.